and welcome to the Saturday edition of the Stretch Run featuring the Whitney Stakes today at NYRA. Appreciate you all for joining. We will have live racing that we can show for you from Gulfstream Park, Laurel Park, Monmouth Park, Woodbine, and we will be able to get in some Emerald Downs today because there are some gaps in the NYRA program due to a couple of races being canceled, that being 7 and 10. For some reason, they didn't adjust post times. There's no late pick 5. There's no all stakes pick 5 due to the scratches. So the 2-day pick 5, if you were in that, you were getting 3 alls today. So we'll see how that looks later when they grade those bets and we see what happens. But got a full house here today. Oldie, the sick Oldie is with us. Derek's back. Derek's back from his little vacation last week, and Justin's here for a little bit today. He's got some country music stuff that he's doing, a little festival out there with the with his significant other. So welcome, guys. How we doing, Justin?
It's good, man. we watched Old Dominion last night and Riley Green and some others, but it's good. I lost my voice though coaching these kids in baseball last week. We had a very rough game and they made a lot of errors and yeah, but it's good. Oldie, I know you're not feeling well. I wish you the best. I'll hang with you for a bit. And yes, we're gonna Dylan Scott, Cole Swindell, and Luke Bryan tonight, Chris.
You look a little peaked, Justin. You have a couple adult beverages last night?
Dude, it's more just these kids playing baseball, man. I did, but we drank a lot of water. It was 105, man. It's so hot. You know, you have these young kids come in, drink, can't handle it, and but yeah, we drink a lot of water. Good
answer, Oldie. How are we doing? You gonna be able to soldier through today?
I'll soldier through. Gonna make it. Not all that. I mean, concerned, but not all that concerned. Justin, you're going to be strumming the banjo there tonight, giving everybody your own concert as well. Yeah, I don't think you heard me.
Well, that was short-lived. Derek.
Hey, guys.
How was your vacation last week?
It was good. Yeah, it was good time away. Just hit the shore. As they say, DTS up in Jersey. It's a week down the shore. But it was good. So I'm ready to hopefully hit some winners this week. It's a little unfortunate with Saratoga having those 2 races taken out today because I actually really did like the card at Saratoga.
Yeah, we all really liked the card at Saratoga today for sure. But that's what Mother Nature gives us. We'll have a rant on that later during one of our 40-minute gaps between races. I will say that Oldie does pretty well when he isn't feeling well. So maybe that's good for all of our ADWs today. We'll see.
Are you suggesting that maybe you poisoned my food?
That would be difficult. That would be difficult to do for sure. Yeah. But no, I did not. And I didn't poison any of the packages that are at my house either. So you're all good. Scratchatoga, yes, Scott-free for sure. We got Laurel coming up, Oldie, in 8 minutes. Something to do there.
All right, let's go to Laurel.
All right. Take the short trip to Laurel Park.
All right, so Laurel, all first-time starters. Except for the 10. 2-year-olds. Top E pick is Surfs Up for George and his Weaver, who just won a race with Paco at Monmouth as well with a first-time starter. We do not have a Bruno report, but this horse is shipping in from Saratoga. So, that they at least had some thoughts of running this horse at Saratoga, I would assume. And, John and his Rob has a horse here with some 3-star works. There is this gate trail that's 1 of 23. You're getting 6 to 1. It's the long shot. It's 23% to win. And we saw yesterday at Delmar, where a high win percentage horse that went off at like almost 20-1 in that turf race, that opening turf race won. So pay attention when you see these horses that have high win percentages, but not big morning lines. So the 3, I think the horse to watch, the long shot here, is where, I might want to take a look. I don't know that I like that they shipped this horse out of Saratoga to here to try to pick a spot. The 9's also not getting back and has some nice work. So that's another horse, both John Robb horses. And if you look at, which horse he puts his jockey up on, that's the 9. So that may be the direction to go as well. So it's 493 races with Ho and 0 in the last year with Acosta.
What's going on, Dave? Thanks for joining the Zoom last night. We watched the last race of the Pick 5 there. He was live to stacks and stacks and stacks and just didn't get it done. That was a bummer. We were all rooting for him.
Absolutely. What about Derek, Justin? You guys have a different thought on this race of where to go?
I don't love the race, but if I was going anywhere, it looks like the 4's being bet. So if I was gonna go anywhere, just for me, I'd go with the 4. But it's not. I mean, there's all like the 1. I see why they had the 1, but the 1's not being bet. So I'm a little skeptical of betting the 1 and the 8 because this is Laurel. You're gonna get bets. So if you see a horse that moves off that morning line, I would possibly head that way. If I was going to go with the long shot, I might as well go with the one that started before, and it looks like it's dropping 6 points in SOR. So if I was betting this race, which I'm not, I would go with the 4 or the 10 just for price.
Well, I will tell you the 9 is an MTO as well. So that this was supposed to be on the turf, I guess, and the 9's listed as an MTO and is in this race. So to me, I think at 10-1, that's where I want to be.
I mean, it's tough, right? I mean,
first time.
It's all first time starters. The 8, the morning line it's floating up to where EquinEdge said, and then you have the 1 and 3. Rodriguez rides the 1, Trombetta on the rail. I don't know. I'd be curious on your perspective. There's a lot of works on the 1. They are very consistent though, so I would assume that the horse is fit. But it did work out of the gate again last out. So now going to be on the rail. It is top GSR, so I think the 1's a player. The 3's the long shot. The race sim shows that the horse might be able to stock off the pace. So I think the long shot's for sure live. I do think, Derek, I don't think the 10 horse is a huge price, right? It's getting bet to 11-1, but EquinEdge says 7-1. Second time starter, trainer does hit at 21%. So I do think maybe the 10 can even win the race. It's tough though. If 1, 3, 8, 10, the 9 is a shot too. I don't disagree. So, if I was to actually put somebody on top, from it's really going to be maybe who get the lead. The 10 might get the lead from the outside post and be gone here. But I think the 1 and 3 and 8, I think the Scotty picks have it right. I like the 1 or 3 on top though. I think that, and the 1's going to take money, but the 3, if the 3 can stock oldie and behind maybe the 10 and 1, it might be the winner. So that's how I look at it.
Breaking Downwind pointing out big work back in May on that 4-horse, Derek.
Agree. Yeah, no, there was a there's 3-star, but There's a couple 3 stars on the 4. I think the 4, like I said, it's being bet off of the 10-1. I wouldn't be surprised with any horse in this race, but I do like to see for these first-time starters where the money's going, because most likely it's the trainer and the owner.
Sire,
but I also look at the GSR there too, right? I mean, that's where from a GSR the 1 and 3 pop out. So
yes,
you know, sometimes it's just like bet the 2 highest GSR. It might be as easy as 1-3, to be honest, in a maiden race. I like the 1-3-10. Try to beat the 8. The 8's going to take money. The 4's taking money. That's how I look at it. Try to beat the 8 because it's probably going to take some late money.
I will tell you the damn side on the 1 is screaming turf to me.
well, they entered the right race because it was on the turf.
Yes. So that would be my holdup, I would say, on the 1. Would be
Well, and it's on the rail. Like, I mean, it's gonna have to break. There's a lot of works there, so they've been getting that horse fit, though. You know, so
yeah.
And I mean, it's Trombetta. I mean, he's not great, but you know, that's where the 3 might be able to sit off, and I do think the 10 has a great chance, just a great price.
All right. Well, we're going to find out. We're going to head out to
Is at the starting gate, ready to load.
Tony
see,
played more here. So
the Weaver's taking all the late money, Oldie. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was assuming Tony's pick
Virtuosity.
4 here is singled in the next race.
Honors due.
Tony, your pick 4 pool is $5,200, bud.
Did you play an
Gotta
early
lead the
pick 4,
storm.
Tony, or the mid pick 4?
It might cross 6,000. There it is,
Jones to
6,500.
fly.
Will we get 7?
yes.
Will we?
Derek is saying yes.
That's
We're
tap.
going to get 7. They should guarantee the pool at least 7,000.
Surfs up 5-2. And Lawn.
They're handling less than Hawthorne, I think, on the
Brewmaster.
pick 4 right now.
And Cinetic. Mitigate. And they're off. Brewmaster, Cinetic on the outside. Here's Honors Due in the early firing line, and Virtuosity moving through on the inside. Surfs Up is also right there as they sort. So it is Virtuosity, Surfs Up, and between horses Honors Due. Anlon on the move in the inside there. Anlon now takes that second spot. Cinetic races 5th, 4 wide turn run. That's Tap at the rail, Just to Fly back of the pack. Brewmaster dropped to the back of the pack, and Catalina Storm is trailing the field. Round the turn they roll. Anlon on the outside. Virtuosity down to the inside, their heads apart for the lead, and Surfs Up is in 3rd, followed by Cinetic.
It's a
The
good
others
call
have to
by
pick it up.
James,
Just to
Oldie.
Fly
The
is trying to
4
come
is
around the
loaded.
outside there with a quarter of a mile left to run.
It's so
And
much
that's
about
Tap.
getting
They
to the
turn for
lead
home.
in these
Anlon.
2-year-olds.
Anlon from
Yes.
Virtuosity switches off the inside on the chase. Surfs Up to the middle of the track. Surfs Up now
Wow,
second.
6-1
Anlon gets
too.
away. Here's Anlon by 5 with a furlong left to go.
Good call,
Anlon
Derek.
Surfs Up, and then it's Just to Fly picking up late into 3rd
It was
position.
that
16
big-
left to run.
That's why
is
the
well
pick
clear
4
to
pool went
Jerome
up. I threw
Barbosa.
in a
Good looking
monster
score
$6
for
pick.
Anlon. Anlon by 7. Just to Fly, Surfs Up, and then Brewmaster.
Nice. Very nice. All right. Let's get back over to Oldie. Let me take.
How about Monmouth race 3 here? We were at 0 minutes to post. I like the 4 here, the 4 horse here. Gladriel.
Yeah, you got a little bit more than 0 minutes to post, but
Well, they're going to drag, of course, but
of course, yeah.
4 horse Gladriel, the 5 horse Believe in Magic. It looked like it was probably a 2 horse race on paper. They don't, of course, don't run these races on paper, so. But
You know, it'd
only
be
5
great.
horses in this race.
It would be great to make a track made out of paper
they're rolling into the gate already. So 0 minutes to post actually was pretty accurate.
All right. But if you had a track made out of paper, that would be cool, because then they could actually run the race on paper. You could say on paper.
Hey, GNC
maybe on
has
turf,
gone
the horse
into
is
the gate.
better.
Madeline's Grogu has taken her spot.
Madeline's Grogu.
Only I agree. I think the 4 is the better horse.
Holiday
But
decision.
look at the jockeys. What scares me on the 4 versus the 5.
Outside post.
Well, also
rode last
the
3
pace
times.
scares me a little bit
I
here.
believe in Magic's it.
I mean, Paco
Ready to
rode
go.
that same horse at the same level, so but there is pace that Paco might sit the trip right on the 5. But
And Lara. I believe in Magic on the 4 outside, up close to the pace. Holiday decision, adding the blinkers is quick, too. Gladriel in the middle of that pair down the back stretch. Those 3 tussle. I believe in Magic takes back. Holiday decision and Gladriel side by side. I believe in Magic. And the
I wouldn't
third
have taken the
position,
4 at
3/4
3 to
length
5.
off the top
That's
pair. A space of 4
crazy.
Insane.
GNC, who runs in the 4th position. Madeline's Grogu's at the back. Approaching the 4-turn run. Holiday decision. Gladriel going at it. And I believe in Magic
5's
right
gonna win.
there. 3 wide, poised to pounce, takes the second
That's why I
spot.
said Paco.
Gladriel, the 3 to 5 favorite, losing position. I believe in Magic. Cruising up alongside of those leaders, approaching the top of the lane. Holiday decision tries to hang around. Gladriel going in the wrong direction. Doesn't look like he's even going to hit the board.
He's going
as
full
they
Jim
come to the
Marshall
top
there,
of the
going the
stretch.
wrong
I
way.
believe in Magic. Confidently handled, gets the reins shaken at him, and leads the way.
We're gonna
Opens
finish
up to
last.
Holiday decision second. Madeline's Grogu third. About 100 yards to go. I believe in Magic. Opening up the lead to 4. Asian C coming on late for the second position, but nobody's beating I believe in Magic. I believe in Magic. Won it by about 2. AGNC was second. Holiday decision third. Madeline's Grogu fourth.
Well,
Gulfstream race 3. On to that. Or Saratoga, and then we have Saratoga race 4 coming up as well.
how many minutes we got to Saratoga? We got 13 minutes to Saratoga. So we got Gulfstream, then Woodbine, and then we'll get out to Saratoga.
So, Justin, what did you think of this race at Gulfstream? Race 3. Have you had a chance to look at it?
yeah, I mean, I did. You know, I mean, I didn't necessarily. I thought you could probably cut the 1% horses, Oldie. I don't think they're probably really players here. I mean, they're sprinting here on the synthetic. I think the 7. I mean, is going to be on the lead. You know, so. You know, Vasquez rides for Sino. I think could be tough up front. I mean, it is an EquinEdge horse to watch bronze. This is a rough maiden special. I mean, a lot of these horses, I mean, the 1 is 0 for 17, right? So, you know, the 9 is 0 for 12. The 7, second time out, you know, ran second at slightly tougher on the synthetics. So I thought that the 7 was probably the key player, Oldie, that I would probably put on top. You know, I think the 4 also, you know, has been running, has been facing tougher. So you're getting a big drop, right? So, you know, for sure fits. I don't love the GSR. Really hasn't been doing a lot. It is the second pick, though. So, you know, I mean, the 7 is the top wins, but doesn't show up in the picks. So, you know, but when I looked at the race symbol, it has the 1 and 3 maybe closing. I thought might be interesting underneath, but not to win. It has the 9 though winning, right? So when I look at the 4, I'm like, God, do I trust the drop? I don't think so. I just don't think that's a great horse. But you do have Reyes riding. It's a big drop. You know, the 9 has been able to, you know, it's burned some money. It's been really close. Today might be the day. To be honest, I think it's just a bad group. Yeah, I mean, Dave's saying, you know, I mean, the 4 for sure. In the trouble line, I didn't see, but it's a big drop. So I look at it as 9-7-4. You know, I like the 7 though on top. I think the speed. I think Vasquez second time out. I want the speed sprinting there. And then I would put the 1-3-4-9 underneath, maybe in a trifecta. Just 7 over 1-3-4-9 over 1-3-4-9, Oli.
Okay. You know, I look at this race as well. The 9 is burnt a lot of money.
Yeah.
A lot of money. It is dropping to the lower levels, but it just seems like the type of horse that never improves its starting position. So for me, it would be the 7 or the 4 on top, and then I probably want the 1 underneath with the 9.
Yeah. I think I can, in the 4 being with the big drop, right? The win percent doubles from 11 to 20. So Reyes is a great jock in this colony when the big guys are out of town, and Paco up at Monmouth Park. So, that's why I think Vasquez too. Both these guys fit really well at Gulfstream when they're riding these kind of rough maiden, on the Tapeta like this. But I just think the speed there. So is the 4 going to be able to stock right off the speed? Is, on the inside, it has shown speed versus much tougher. So, it does look like the 4 the likely ones up front.
Yeah. And
it's been racing on the turf too. Big fields. Go ahead, Oldie.
If I had to pick somebody who could pick up a piece here out of these 1%ers, I'm just looking to see if there's any that I think could.
Yeah,
none of these have run a lick. They're all low GSRs, but I guess that the 5 would be the one that I would add if you were looking at in the 3rd place. I mean, you do have this one turf effort, against 16K claimers at Tampa, where the horse actually did show something.
Yeah, even the 10 has the apprentice, right? So it wouldn't be surprising to see that horse maybe run better to close. Maybe just depends on what happens. But yeah. I played it for $10. Oldie. I added the 5 and 10 in 3rd. Just the 7 over the 1, 3, 4, 9 over 1, 3, 4, 9, 5, 10. It was $10.
I like the 9, guys. Just quick, Chris. Sorry, the 9. It's second off the layoff. It's a 4-year-old versus mostly 3-year-olds. So I really think the 9's going to run good today. So
today's the day for the 9, huh?
It's my take. Well, I just think second off a layoff, and like I said, coming up, it's going to be one of the older horses. I think the 4 is going to go with the 7. And I think the 9's going to be sitting in a perfect spot. And I'd rather have Zayas over Vasquez myself. But.
All right, we got a couple minutes to go there. Saratoga is approaching in 7 minutes. Woodbine is in 6 minutes. Oldie, you want to flip over to Woodbine real quick, take a quick peek there, and maybe see if we can get in some Saratoga before the races start going on top of each other.
All right, so Woodbine, this 3 horse is getting bet. So you got to pay attention to that. Low, not the lowest level claimers here. The long shot's top win for Carey. It is on the synthetic. These are not horses that typically win a lot or like to win. So this was for me a tough race. If you're making me pick, it's probably the 4 who's not getting bet. The 3 is 0 for 4 at the distance. So I'll take a shot on the 4 here, who's run pretty decently even on the synthetic at this distance, even in the races that it hasn't won. Any thoughts, guys, before we go to take a look at Saratoga as well?
I like the Scotty long shot. I think the 6 is going to be in a better position. The 3 is going to be far back. So I think usually at Woodbine you want to be close enough on that turn. I don't necessarily like the 3.
All right, and then guys, so Saratoga race 4. We have a mid-pick 4 here as well, if anybody's interested in playing that. I thought there was some value on this 2 horse. who is the top pace here. And it's
No
a
pick
long
four
shot.
only. There's no pick four. Yeah, the race 7 has been canceled, so that eliminates the. Pick.
You're right. Sorry, my bad. I'll
I
probably
like how you're counting with your fingers. That's great.
Yes. I do want to point out, and I posted this in the WhatsApp chat, I have a note on this 12 horse from last time out. Might be on the improve. Keep an eye. And this was an MTO. Got in the race because it's off the turf. The difficulty here is it probably needs to run similarly to last time in terms of the pace to win out of the chute. But for me, the 2 and the 12 were my top 2, and then the 7 was my third pick, who I think could get first run here.
All right, looks like they're getting over to the Topeka course at Gulfstream, so let's head over there. Looks like the storm is just beginning.
Storm? Are you getting storms?
Tornado, right? Or hurricane, I mean.
Hurricane tomorrow, buddy.
Getting larger.
Yeah, I heard this earlier in the week. How bad's it going to be?
Nah, not for me. Nothing, just some rain.
Yeah.
Rain, wind.
Stay safe.
Earth, wind, fire.
No fire.
The 7 take all the money here. I was on the 7. Derek, you're on the 9. Oldie, you're on the. Were you on the 4?
I went with the 7 on top of my try here.
And then we'll go straight to Woodbine, and then Saratoga should be next. Justin, can you handle the sound for Saratoga Race 4?
The horses are at the gate. It's now post time. A lot of guys moving in for race number 3. 4, 7, and 9 dominate the betting here. In the line goes Mr. Rhodium. Now just waiting for max forward speed to take the outside. Max forward speed. And the third.
If max forward speed has no speed, that's going to be entirely disappointing. And somebody didn't go it.
Max forward speed backed away.
I mean, not quite max headroom.
This is perfect. Just when I need him to go, delays.
What happened? I was getting the Saratoga video up.
Max forward speed.
They're off.
Wow.
Level enough beginning. Hunting an advantage. Well, there's a variety of them hunting an advantage, including Cove Stars, the one who comes away with the scrum with
he
the
could
advantage.
have done a who do you like at the beginning there.
Yeah, I know.
Blue is down toward the rail with 44 into the top flight. Mr. Rhodium is on the outside. Iconic Rocky is next, then it's Insolent out deep max forward speed, and Praiseworthy last of all as they take it to the far turn.
9's a big horse.
The opening quarter, and the leader is
Yeah,
now
he broke slowly, and now I think he pushed too quickly.
Makes a bit into second, moving up 3 wide.
4 could be decent.
Between horses 44 in the blue is at the rail. Then it's Insolent who works for a run with a quarter of a mile left to go. Cove Star fights to hold it. Red blinkers urge to merge, sweeping into action on the far outside as they straighten for the drive. Here comes Urge to merge down the center on his back. Insolent with a rush from Sutherland.
4.
To go. Urge to merge, trying to
well, they're going to 3 and 1 too, but they're going to finish underneath.
It's still in front. Urge to merge.
The try paid good too.
Urge to merge beat
Urge to merge.
The try going to pay good. It probably pay like at least 30 to 1, maybe more. 45 to 1, probably.
On post time, they're loading. Flip flop and
Another
fast
one
draw.
for
Again, let's check the betting.
2
to 1 here, number 3. That's Great Kate. As Brackett comes forward, 5 to 2 for Mason's Music, 3 to 1 for number 6 Matoli Power. So a little between those 3. Any of that trio could jump as the race favorite here as they come around behind the start. Going forward into gate number 3 is Great Kate. Mason's
Tony
Music
hit it,
has
so that was good,
4.
Chris.
As the field is joined by I'm a Bourbon Girl into gate 5.
I'm a bourbon guy.
Matoli
I'm a little
Power
teapot
walks
short
up
and stout.
and to the outside. Spirit Bear for the start. They're just about ready to go. Spirit Bear coming forward. The ride here for Cavey Nichols. And in the betting still currently the favorite is, well, now Great Kate at 9-5. Stand by for a start. Spirit Bear goes in. The field is all in. Locked. Off they race. Great start. And best away Matoli Power. Showing early speed, Mason's Music, and Great Kate is there within the center. I'm a Bourbon Girl, and on the extreme outside, Spirit Bear, very contentious early on, and 2 lengths away, Flip Flop and Fast, and Briquette has a good speed set up early on, although at the back. Just in front, Spirit Bear, Great Kate coming through on the inside, clamoring for the lead. A couple away, Mason's Music, up the inside, Flip Flop and Fast from I'm a Bourbon Girl. Briquette gaining a little bit of ground, and last is now Matoli Power after beginning well. About 4.5 covers the field, the first quarter through in 23 flat. Leaving the rail, Great Kate. Spirit Bear the outside. Room up the rail if good enough. Mason's Music and 2 lengths away, a line of them. Matoli Power's gone around the outside. I'm a Bourbon Girl the center. Flip Flop and Fast the rail. And 2 lengths away last is Briquette. It's Great Kate coming away again in front. And Great Kate closer to the inside now by a length to Spirit Bear, giving a little bit of ground. And Mason's Music finishing up the inside. Taking off is Briquette from the back. Coming right around the outside into fourth. Turning in front, Great Kate. And now off the inside, Mason's Music a bump with Spirit Bear. And taking aim is Briquette down the extreme outside. Great Kate in front.
That was a very
Mason's
irate
Music.
ride.
Trying to come home is Briquette deep on the track. Mason's Music, the challenger. Great Kate getting out. Mason's Music knuckling down on the outside. It's Great Kate narrowly. Mason's Music finishing over the top and gets up to win. Wow. Mason's Music at the wire from Great Kate. 4 lengths away, Spirit.
All right, there's a call for me.
3 fours since we started here.
Is Call Her Bluff going in. And they're off. It's a quick start for Dusk along the inside. Matching strides, which she takes cash through the opening furlong.
It's true, Rob.
Them is Mim in third.
I love the cheering at Woodbine. Makes it exciting.
Yeah.
Scarlet Melody, who broke well, now moves to take that fourth spot by herself, 4 lengths off the early tempo. Elliptic is toward the back of the field, some 6 lengths off the lead, and 2 more to Baroness Bourbon. They went 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. And so
that's another great bourbon name, the Baroness Bourbon.
Goal. She takes
So
cash.
12, 7, and 8 have no shot.
Yeah, there's a lot of prices up front, Chris. I saw that on the slop like this. These horses could be gone. The 12's already asking and not moving.
Joined on the inside by Elliptic and 2 more back to Baroness Bourbon. They went 47 and 1, and She Takes Cash has blown by Dusk, opens up 3 lengths and doing it well. She Takes Cash in charge with a quarter of a mile to go. Elliptic and Silent Melody are moving in tandem, trying to get to this front running She Takes Cash, who comes to mid-stretch still with a 4-length lead. Elliptic now getting alive is Call Her Bluff, 1 from the outside, and Baroness Bourbon. Final 1/8 of a mile. She Takes Cash.
Oh, here come the 12.
Call Her Bluff now.
They're all dead, and this 12's going to come and catch him.
Wow.
I'm drunk. You usually can't close from that far back.
Melody completes the exact.
Yeah, but sometimes when you get cheap speed like that wants turf.
They were going really slow at the end.
Yeah. All right,
going
Oldie.
like Thistledown slow.
Yes.
Thistledowns. What's that?
It's your second favorite weekday track.
All right. Let's get you out to Laurel, Oldie. I'll get the race teed up here while I go and fire up the generator.
Fire.
Fire.
Yeah, so they're getting a tropical storm for those of you who are unaware in Tampa. So no hurricane, just a tropical storm.
So that's what I saw. I'm just like was fooling around with races. Colonial third has a horse that's currently 27 to 1, and it wins the sim. and it's the E long shot, and it's the E money line of 4-1. Now it could obviously change because it's Colonial, but that's interesting.
Looks like it should get the lead.
Yes.
At 5.5 furlongs. Same GSR on turf as on dirt. These Colonial races don't necessarily have the most talented first-time starters either. Yeah. This horse is burnt money. I don't see any reason why. I think it probably needs the lead on the 4.
Yep.
Just
wanted to throw that one out there.
19 to 1's 19 to 1.
So if it stays there, it's something for people just to, $5 on, see what happens.
Yeah, and there's not much in this race. Maybe the Aussie horse deserves a shot too here. It has some nice works at Prescott Downs.
Yeah.
But this gate work, it looks like it could probably break. And the 3-horse Correas is not good with first-time starters. And this looks like it's not a turf horse. So, yeah, likely 5.5 sometimes is tough to get home on the lead unless you're a really nice horse. But I think that, we're 29 minutes away, but I think it's worth a play for sure.
Yeah, just saw it. And anytime you get a double-digit sim winner, like 10 to 1 or higher, I'm always going to look at it.
And it also has the morning line angle.
Yes.
It's 10 to 1 and 4 to 1.
This could drop. This could be a favorite by the end. It is Colonial.
No, I think the 4 is going to be the favorite for sure.
No, yeah. You know what I mean.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be the biggest pool. But, all right, so Laurel, let's keep an eye on that one, though, and let's remember to come back to that. All right, Laurel race 5. You got claimers. You got, it looks like if I go to the race sim here and use it as a pace projector, this 5 should get the lead. Might clear, which I think the 5 needs to clear here. Mostly been running on turf since coming off the layoff, moves back to dirt, and just hasn't been able to get home, which I think is an accurate description. But, the Brittany Russell horse needs the lead. This horse can rate a little bit, the 4, at 7 to 1. But, I might take a shot on the 4 here, just based off the pace scenario that I'm seeing here. And you should notice also the 1 at 12% is 14 to 1.
I could tell you the 8's going to win this easily because I just noticed on my monster $6 pick 4, I did 257 by accident instead of 258. So you guys should
we'll be rooting for the 7 for you.
Cash in on that one. But
the 7's taking money, so good call there. I think the 2 though, Derek, you might be okay. It looks like only the pace might stop. But it also has the 5 and 8 in the top pick in long shot, so that's kind of scary, to be honest. That's what would scare me, like the picks, but it looks like the pace could stop, would be my perspective. 8's burned so much money, and those are just easy leads and stops. It was like so Derek, I'm glad you play against the 8. I'm like, I don't like using horses like that. I let them beat me. You know what I mean?
It was quick, so I just took the top 3. I didn't even, like I said, I was doing it as I was talking about the 4 and the 10 last the race before.
Well, the 7 taking money, man. 7 to 1 off 12 to 1 morning line, and so maybe, but. It does look like it could, if the 2 can just consistently improve a little bit here and is only going for 3rd win. It's from a condition standpoint, these all I think have 2 wins, right? Yeah. So you know, the 8's kind of lightly raced, the 2 a little bit, the 3, you know, so. But I hope you beat the 8 because you don't have it. But I was looking at the 2 and the 4 where I looked. So
looks like our friend David from the chat was in the paddock with Chuck, and looks like they're going through the winner's circle as they were connections.
Last call for the late pick 5.
There was a objection at Woodbine that was disallowed, so the 4 stays up.
Okay.
We'll be going to Monmouth right after this.
And, you know, I'm going to go with the 4 here. I think the 4 can rate a little bit. It's going to sit right off the 5 and pounce when the 5 stops. But I'm rooting for the 7 here, Derek.
Yeah, I think if the 5
better be lucky than good.
7 was Dave Rodman's top pick.
Sustenance and Bold Honor.
Who may be Dennis's brother, I'm not sure.
Well, Trinity scored today.
So.
Yeah, she did. She won that game for them.
Ascendance.
By the way, is Katie Ledecky the secretariat of that 1500 swim or what?
Well, she's going to win the 800 by like.
Summer State of Mind.
Yeah, she was halfway home before the rest of them turned for home.
She smoked them, man. Like, that was very impressive.
She has the top 18 times for 1500 meters. The top.
And they keep trying to get her to say she's going to retire, and she said, "No, I'm coming back for Los Angeles. I love this."
Mm-hmm.
That's
good
awesome.
For her.
This is my last race with you all. I'm on the 2-4 exacta box here. Good luck, Oldie, Derek. Good luck if the 7. You need to beat the 8 though, so that's the good thing.
Yeah.
We're all gonna try and beat it.
All right.
You got your cowboy boots, Justin?
I have Lululemon shorts and flip flops. It's like 100. There's no cowboy boots for me.
Well, it was 85 here, and I just went outside to turn on the generator, and it's 68.
Wow.
And they're off.
Can we, after this, can we talk about the Turkish
the early advantage Summer State of Mind right there with
shooter
early speed on the outside
from the Olympics? Have you guys seen that?
Fourth. And Big Daddy's Bull right at the inside from
I'll probably depart
and Eyes 11 are next at Bold Honor. Back of the pack
it's
is
definitely something worth taking a look at.
His last of the
it was like right out of
14
the movie.
off the speed. Sustenance up top from Brady Bear. Sustenance about 3 parts of a length from Brady Bear. Summer State of Mind out of the inside in third. Ascendance is just in fourth. Shading Omar coming near the inside in fifth and only 3.5 off that pace. Bold Honor is next and makes his Lucky Starfire. Big Daddy's going inside the back. Into the far turn, Sustenance.
Yeah, we just hope it's a money burner, though.
By a length and a half. Summer State of Mind out of the
I don't
inside.
think
where's your 7?
Coming just in
The 2 coming. Come on, Ford. We need the 2, though.
Tries to rally for the back.
Here comes the 2, Jared. You got a good
Big
pace.
Daddy's Boy Eyes 11 in the back. Surely they turn for home, and it's Sustenance. Sustenance leads the way. Summer State of Mind pops off the inside for a run. I'll center the track is Ascendance and
what's the 2 doing?
Starfire way out of the middle of the track.
Get up,
for a long
2.
left to go. And the inside Sustenance just holding the lead. Sustenance, Summer State of Mind. Coming up the rail. Here is Summer State of Mind. Summer State of Mind. Sustenance. Omar coming. Summer State of Mind. Omar coming in Sustenance in a 3-way go. Minx is Lucky Starfire forward.
The 2 couldn't make it. Too far back.
The 7 almost did it.
Chris, I'll give you back control of the player.
All right, I'm departing you all. Have fun.
All right, have a good one. Oldie, we'll get to the Olympics in a moment. Why don't you go out to Monmouth real quick, because we're going to go up here in a few.
All right. Or do you want to, here, you take control and log back into the player for that?
Yeah, I've got it. They're loading right now.
All right. Monmouth, I think we have a horse, a weekend preview horse here. Let me look. Unless it was
Quickly,
the last
they're
race.
loading.
It was, no, Monmouth race 6 is
the
weekend preview horse.
Still working with Florida Flower.
The Florida Flower.
Florida Flower goes in. Then backed away.
interesting picks by the
Queen. Pose position 2.
The 1's 18 to 1. The 3 is
Tafio
like 20 to 1.
coming up to the gate. In My Memories in the black jacket. Bugged Out coming up. Vino Limone behind the gate as well. They have loaded Bugged Out. 3 back. Vino Limone is one of them. Selective Entry, post position 5. To the outside post. Carroll said no. Here's Carroll said no. Furlongs. The babies, 2-year-old fillies
off button,
here.
buddy.
Carroll said no. From the Tom Morley barn, shipping in on debut from New York. Carroll said no. Still working with her. Selective Entry in the meantime has been throwing her head around there. Carroll said no, just about in. Now she's in. We're ready to go.
They're ready to go.
And Laroff. Carroll said no on the far outside, wins the start, is hustled along early, Bugged Out. The other runner with the jockey sporting the red has speed too. Selective Entry is eased off the pace as Carroll said no, clears off, leads by about 2. Bugged Out in the second spot, Tiny Tears in third. In My Memories, just past that rival, moving up all the way at joint second as they approach the 4-turn run. Sim Sarah into the 4th position, sailing into the turn. Selective Entry taking the 5th position away from Tiny Tears, who's plummeting back. Florida Flower on the inside, not making up ground. She's losing position. Cantafio is trying to produce an outside rally, passing a few runners, but has some work to do within 9 or 10 from the top. Corb Queen has dropped out of it with Tiny Tears. Top of the stretch, and the leader is still Carroll said no. On the outside, Sim Sarah coming with a charge down the center of the track. In My Memories between them, trying to hang tough. Vino Limone, grandstand side, doing her best work late in the game. Furlong to go. Carroll said no, running her heart out today. Vino Limone on the outside, charging fast, continuing a big run. It's going to get tight. Carroll said no. Vino Limone. Vino Limone on the outside.
Wow.
She got it by a nose. Vino Limone over Carroll.
All right. Looks like we've got about 8 minutes to Gulfstream, and then there'll be a Woodbine pick 4 starting up in race 4. But quickly back over to what Oli was talking about before. If any of you have been following the Olympics and the shooting competition out there, this guy has gone viral. Just a great dude. He's got his hand in his pocket. Most of these contestants are using like multiple lenses on their glasses. Yeah. They've got 2 hands on the firearm, and not this guy, just casually firing bullseyes and getting the silver medal.
Yeah, it almost looked like, the point down like this that they say nobody ever uses. And he's just wearing no protective airwear, just the basic glasses. And these other guys are using laser sights and things like that. It was crazy. And he's just wearing a T-shirt.
Yeah, you would think that he would be wearing something and whatnot, but that is not the case. So unfortunately, the U.S. finished last, which is somewhat comical given the amount of guns we have here. You'd think we'd be pretty good at it, but I guess not.
So do we think the long shot can get home here at top pace at Gulfstream? I mean, the Sierra horse looks tough, the 3. And there is other speed in the 8 here, but, you know, if the 4 gets to, could potentially get an easy lead, maybe a 4-3 exacta here. I think you're getting a break on this. I mean, the 2 has won a couple at this distance as well. So I guess you have to consider that horse as well, who's the E second pick. But, you know, I kind of like the E picks here, and I kind of would go with the 4-3.
So you don't like the 5 at all? It lost by 3/4 of a length last time. A little bit tougher in 52 versus 50. So basically the same. 17 win percent this time versus 7 last time. I mean, getting 10-1. I kind of like that horse.
Well,
so I'd add the 5 myself.
You know, if you wanted to throw the 2 out and use the 5, I think that might be a direction, even though the 2 is 20% off the claim.
Yeah, that would. Yeah, I don't know the trainer, but that'd be a little scary. The 20%. So not a good race.
Scott, I thought you required sewage in the river in order to participate in the triathlon.
Well, we did have a horse to watch win at Saratoga Race 3, Deck of Cards.
Yes.
Yes.
The favorite in that race scratched out. It was probably a 2-horse race. So, and being out of the chute and the horse had speed and nobody else did.
Yeah.
It's pretty tough.
So oldie, that 2-horse at Colonial, there's a minute to post. It's already down to 6-1. 8-1. I'm sorry, 8-1.
I don't think that's the worst, though. I mean,
I went with it. I took a shot.
Yeah, I'll take the ride with you on that one. So, Chris, you were gone for that, I believe. The 2-horse at Colonial, top pace, has an E morning line angle. I believe is the long 10%. Morning line 10-1, E morning line 4-1 in a 5.5 furlong turf sprint that there are no Cogburns in this race, that it appears. So, you know, in between this and Gulfstream, I mean, we can keep an eye on Colonial. If we look at Gulfstream one more time here for race 3, I really think, you know, the race sim seems to like the 3, 2, and 7. We didn't even talk about the 7 at 10-1. And the 7 does like finishing second.
It's run 60 times, geez.
14 seconds, including 2 of the last 3.
Mm-hmm. Underneath horse.
Yes. And then an interesting race coming up at Saratoga, too, where there's a bunch of 4-star works to go over, too.
Saratoga Race 5, maiden special, 6 furlongs, 9 runners. The whole field stayed intact, except the 4 and the 3.
Well, let's look. I mean, you have a 4-star work on the 1. You have a 3-star on the 2. And we'll go through these later after Gulfstream. You have a 4-star work on the 6. You have a 4-star work on the 7. And you have a 4-star work, I believe, on the 9. So, interesting race. The EE's second choice is this 2-horse, too, who's currently sitting at 10-1. So, they're going to go in the gate at Colonial here. We'll see if the 2-horse now down to 5-1. By the way, and at Gulfstream again,
Here's the favorite ready years gone forward. Contemplation. Ben Curtis for Michael Stidham to gate 5. Your 4-1 second choice.
That's Michael and his Stidham.
Here's Hobbs.
Can't forget to give him his Stidham.
For sure.
Lord of Mischief and Watch
I
Out
know
World.
Chris loves a good
start.
daily double. We have the horses to watch daily double at Gulfstream.
Watch out. We're on 4th point. The outside draw. For the Gary Holbein barn. They're in the gate.
Come on,
and our horses on. Napoli Joe away just a step slow. Lord of Mischief, the favorite readier in between horses, and down on the inside, Mr. Claus. It's going to be readier and Mr. Claus that go up to the front. Lord of Mischief is now back to 3rd. Contemplation of the red and black colors is 4th. Then comes Watch Out World, outlined in 5th.
Napoli Joe faster with the 2, but
as Hobbs drops out to the back.
I mean, they're going pretty fast.
Up front. Readier up on the outside of Mr. Claus. Those two by the 3 hold it down about 4.5 or 5 ahead of Contemplation. Lord of Mischief is 4, 22 seconds for the opening quarter mile. Readier and Antonio Gallardo trying to get away here. It's Readier coming to the quarter pole. Suddenly in front, 2.5, almost 3. Mr. Clark
looks like the favorite.
Starting to round up on the outside. Catches the iron touch. Trying to follow that move is Contemplation as they have 3/16 of a mile left to go. Readier is out there by 4 lengths. Down the outside, Watch Out World, Contemplation. Hobbs is starting to charge nicely from the back, but still has a long way to go to get to this leader. 16th pole, Readier still well in command.
Crappy tracks just take the best jockey.
Contemplation, late run from Hobbs down the center. Readier. They're going to win it nicely here at 3-5. Contemplation was 2nd. 3rd looked like Hobbs.
All right, let's see where we're at with Gulfstream. They should be getting over to the gate, Oldie, and then we can go over to the Bine.
The Bine it is.
That's a horse. Is that a horse to watch too? I think the 4-5 there.
At the Bine, I think it is.
Yeah.
Woodbine, race number 4. Yes.
I feel like 4s are winning. Just bet the 4 today.
Yeah, it's been a lot of 4s.
4s are wild. All right.
You're getting 8-1 on this 5. I think that's where I'm gonna end up going here.
$12 minutes to race 5. We do have a pick 4 starting, Oldie, in the next at Woodbine.
In the next, not this. No, we have one starting now.
Well, yeah. Next, we go to Woodbine. Woodbine is in 1 minute. We're not going to get to Woodbine. They're going to go off at the same time as
Gulfstream.
Yeah. We'll flip over there. It is a horse to watch, the number 4 in the next race upcoming at Woodbine in 1 minute.
1 minute to post.
The 3, your even money favorite.
The horses, they're at the gate. It's now post time. Lining up and moving in for race number 4. Makasa goes forward, then Nike Can and Ideal Breeze.
Sukasa.
Is there to the roar. Ideal Breeze draws the outside under Drayden Van Dyke. Locked in there, all set.
Daniel J. singled our weekend preview horse at
Off and running.
in the pick
Low break, air to the
5
roar,
at
in the middle,
Woodbine, not
Region
Woodbine,
Cajun,
at
who heads off
Saratoga,
with the early advantage. Out the middle goes Nike
and is
Can,
alive to
Picasso
a
away in the
minimum
top light.
to
At
all
the
in the
fence,
last to a
Dub in
minimum
charge.
of
Back from there, it's Air to the Roar.
$730.
She's the gray working way out in the middle. Just ahead of her is Ideal Breeze. And after the slow break, Barbara's last. To the far turn they go. It's Leonel Reyes looking for 3 on the card. He has She's a Ragin' Cajun with rail position and the lead. 23 seconds for a reasonable opening quarter as Ideal Breeze strides into second. Air to the Roar bids up 3 wide blue colors boldly now. At the rail, it's Mikasa, then back to Nike Can, still out the back are Dove in Charge and Barbara. They reach the top of the stretch. She's a Ragin' Cajun. She still has the lead. On the outside, Air to the Roar to the throat latch and now closing good ground. In between horses, Ideal Breeze up the fence, Mikasa. They come past the 8th pole. Air to the Roar.
Breeze gone.
Morelos. Back to second as She's a Ragin' Cajun. At the rail, it's Mikasa to the wire. The favorite's a winner. Air to the Roar at even money report.
Oh, what did he say? He said even money.
To the tail end with last of
You
this
Florida
point,
people and your
Saccharin
even
5
money.
off the leader. In front as they head towards what is now the 5/8, and showing the way is Quality Presence. About a neck in front of Vicella, 2.5 to Lemon Sweets. They go out now by 3. Back on the outside, Empire Street, followed by Roy Cobb. Next to last, Nantucket's Day, and last of all is Saccharin. They swing inside the half mile, and racing with the lead on the inside, it's still Luis Contreras, Quality Presence in front. A neck to Vicella by 4 lengths to Lemon Sweets. A length and a half, Empire Street. Roy Cobb on the inside, trying to get involved from the back. Saccharin and Nantucket's Day. Quality Presence and Vicella still well ahead. In third placing is Lemon Sweets. On the inside, Roy Cobb is starting to get some run going, but meantime, the top 2 well ahead. Quality Presence holding Vicella. And back 3 lengths away is Lemon Sweets. And trying to run down the outside, Nantucket's Day. Roy Cobb the rail. Quality Presence attacked again by Vicella. Neck and neck, Vicella on the outside of Quality Presence. What a titanic battle they've had. And now flying is Saccharin down the outside. Vicella's got the lead. Here comes Saccharin late. As the danger too late, Vicella the winner. Saccharin second. Third in the center is Quality Presence and back.
All right, let's go to Saratoga.
Yes, so we'll go through this in a minute. I'm just seeing what the only multi here is a double, just so you know. Saratoga race 5. So let's go through these works here. So the 1 horse, CK Wonder, looked very well outside. Della de Fuego, big finish in 12 flat, galloped well out in front. So this is a Vekoma. You're getting 4 to 1. Vekomas have been very good as first-time starters. Roman's typically not a first-time starter trainer that you think of, but the fact that he's shipping this horse in for this race caught my attention when I was doing the weekend preview and going through the horses as well. To the inside, Taking Pressure. And nicely done on the gallop out.
Churchill shippers have been doing well.
Yeah.
This is coming from Churchill.
And all right, so then you have the 2 Shot in the Dark, 3-star work. Both went well. 2-year-old caught the eye there, and caught the eye enough of the computers too that it's the second pick. The 5 Uncaged has a bunch of 3-star works as well. Let's pick this one. Showed good gate speed, so this is a horse that we should expect to show speed for the the Windstar Farm and Rapoli Connections, I believe it is, with IRAD aboard. And then you have St. Elias for Pletcher with Class Assist. That's a tongue twister. Has a 4-star work and a 1 of 105 work out of the gate. So that this horse, faster than given on the watch there. That doesn't tell me much. Very fast work, but a lot of times these 2-year-old races are about to break. So the 7 for Cox, another 4-star work. We have video here, so we'll watch Sea Vista in a minute here. Not that you can see the break there, but Sea Vista's on the outside is the horse that broke a little better. And pressing nicely, gets its head at front. Doing things easily. So nice work out there from Sea Vista also. And then lastly, on the 4-star work front, you have the 9 Cyclone State that you're getting a pretty decent price at 8-1 on here. Cyclone State worked with stalled sight, was in front throughout for Summers. Went 47-4 for the half.
And Soldi for that 9 also was bet in its first race and just got a terrible, brushed the gate, steadied. So you're giving me 8-1 on that horse. That's what I'm going with. But I could also, like you said, so many 4-star works. One of these horses is going to be in a graded stakes next time. And, so if the 1 or the 8 blew the doors off these guys, this is going to be, someone's going to show that they're, a stakes horse.
And, Daniel from our WhatsApp chat is alive to all here in the pick 5. He singled the weekend preview horse, the 1 in leg 3. So for him, I'm rooting for the 2 because that's $3,000. The 9's $2,000. I like the 5 here a little bit. I like, being that they are first-time starters and 2-year-olds. I like the note about the speed here. If I'm on the right horse, maybe I'm not. Did I get the wrong? I know there was a note on the Pletcher. Here I just pulled up the. There we go. Showed good gate speed on Uncaged, so that's IRAD there.
Who doesn't like to go? He likes to kind of sit sometimes.
But on 2-year-olds, you got to go.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. They're a minute from post.
Yep.
6 looks great on the track. Of course, we all know to bet against whoever the best turned out horse is.
Kiss of death. All right, Oldie, I've got the sound queued up here for you. Just mute me when it's over. I've got some wind issue I have to deal with. So I will be back.
Also today, guys, it is and I know some of those races I believe came off the turf, but at Ellis, it is Kentucky Downs preview day as well.
What does that mean?
We're already thinking about Kentucky Downs, but it's like they're how sometimes you have like Haskell preview day and stuff like that. They do it in conjunction with Ellis since they only run for a couple weeks out of the year at Kentucky Downs.
Yeah, it's like 5 or 6 days.
Yeah.
Another place is impossible to hit good stuff.
Well, if you remember last year, there was an intense speed bias at Kentucky Downs. So if that holds this year, that could be an advantage to you to just be able to toss the closers at Kentucky Downs. But that might be another one that we can take a trip down to or think about doing that.
I've never been. I'd love to go down to Kentucky Downs.
I mean, that's a drive for me. I've driven past it many times, but never stopped there with the Mint Gaming casinos.
Okay.
All right.
This is like a dead even board right here. You're getting 3 to 1.
Close time. They're loading in the game for race 5.
Pick 4 and pick 5 will pays. They're all pretty even too.
Yeah.
Coxmore's definitely getting that hard.
The Dolphin Blue. Here's I Got Game and Tyler Gaffleon. And Cyclone State will complete the lineup. Going up. And in.
I'm waiting here. No.
And they're out. Bit of an awkward start for Classicist at the back of the field. CK Wonder is set pretty hard and does establish the lead. Shot in the Dark comes away in good order. Second, Cyclone State on the outside. And they're followed by Uncaged, 4 3 lengths off the lead. It's another 3 back to Classicist in the Green Silks, racing 2 clear of Sea Vista. And I Got Game at the back of the field. CK Wonder ripped an opening quarter in 22 seconds flat. Shot in the Dark, pressing the issue. In between horses, second. And on the outside, Cyclone State is third.
Seven's flying.
Just behind them in fourth as the field comes toward the top of the stretch. It is CK Wonder on the inside, under siege from both Shot in the Dark and Cyclone State as they reach the top of the stretch. Uncaged is now in the 4-path. Outside of them, Sea Vista and I Got Game. Classicist in the green is also trying to get a piece. It's wide open with a 16th to go.
Here goes the 5.
Just had a beautiful trip on the outside. Sea Vista and Classicist. Uncaged has the lead, and it will be Uncaged and Arad Ortiz Jr. to win it by 2.
Your boy Rapoli, right? Rapoli?
That is a Rapoli with, I wouldn't call him my boy, but, I just like the note about the speed and that horse had a perfect trip right behind.
Yeah, he could have went. Like I said, Irad doesn't go, so. But he did the right thing there.
Number 5, Uncaged was first. It's a photo for second.
It was a great ride. Thought my 9 gave me a little hope for a second at 7 to 1, and then just fell almost to last.
And you got 5 to 1 there too. I mean, that's a square price.
Nice.
All right.
Number 7, Sea Vista was second.
We have Laurel next.
Third, and 1 CK Wonder was fourth.
Chris here, I will. There we go. So I believe Laurel is next. No, looks like we missed Laurel race 6. Let me look. Go fast here. Give me a sec to log into the race
Laurel
viewer.
race 6 already went up.
We missed Laurel race 6.
Think
So we have a
the
long
11.
break. Maybe let's take a look at Ellis then, because we do have time here.
Ellis Park.
Ellis Park race 5. Come on.
4 minutes.
All right. So it's either that or we do what is Albuquerque race 2, which is quarter horses, but you do have a main track only in the 16 here, it appears.
Yes.
Was in the Wood Memorial, moved from Safi to Brissett. Didn't really like the slop last time out, taking a big drop here though. And there are some back works in June that make this horse look dangerous here. Gatling looks like a horse that stops. 6 is kind of cheap. Maybe the Lobo horse, well, granted it's been off for more than a year and now is with Walden, so I'm going to say no to that one as well.
Seems like it's the 2 favorites, the 11 and 16 to me.
Yeah, I mean the 11 looks like a little bit of a money burner though.
Yeah, I know, but he's going against horses that, right, we're expecting the turf, and so that's what I'm saying. One of those two, you're getting a better price, I think, on the 16. But Maury and Corrales is 28%.
I might. The pace is the issue for me, but the 4 might be an interesting horse to use, the first interesting of the day, underneath there, having just 1 on the dirt in the slop. Even though I believe they're fast right now at Ellis. So the race sim thinks the 16 is going to show more speed than indicated. Now let's see who's coming. So if you think the 11 is going to burn money, you're getting 3 to 1 on the 16. That's probably where you want to go. First time blinkers on the 16 as well. So let's look at the changes. Thank you there, Rob. Also the long shot. Lots of changes here, by the way. Blinkers on the 2 as well. So I would expect the 2 to be closer. So maybe try them if you want to try to beat this 11. Maybe a 16-2 exacta here.
All right. I'm going to throw a deep one out there in the 12. Brandon, I mean, obviously it was on the turf. It seems like it's been running better on the turf, but GSR says it can kind of go on either. I don't know, like for a larger price, but 13 to 1.
They are headed to the gate.
All right, I'm going to
for today's 5th race.
I'm going to turn this over to you for a second, and I'm going to take a quick pit stop.
$23,000 of new money, $35,000 plus carryover.
That's enough of that.
So, Chris, does that mean all the pick 5s are just burned today because outside of the early one? Because
they
why can't they do 9, 11, 12? Like why can't they?
Once the wagering opens for the day, if they cancel a race in the pick 5 before it starts, the pick 5 is refunded. And because they canceled the race, they're unable to put it back up on the wagering menu for people that may have played it early. That was the explanation given out by NYRA. All right, we're getting into the gate here. By the way, did anybody see the pole vaulter from France today?
No, I did
You
not.
need to go watch that video. I would show it, but I don't want to get in trouble for showing.
Gatlinburg and Laugh Now,
Olympic
Cry
stuff.
Later. Also there, On My Honor, Merit is prominently positioned from the top shelf. After him, Asmodeus, who races inside of Azteca's Gold and outside of Star Topper. The early trailer is Event Detail. Laugh Now, Cry Later makes the pace to the backstretch. From Gatlinburg and On My Honor, pressing 3 deep. Farther out in the field races Merit. And then we have Azteca's Gold, who races with Asmodeus. They're about 2.5 or 3 off the lead as they pass the 5/8. It's a break of nearly 3 lengths back to a Graphic Detail, who races with Star Topper. And so they continue along the backstretch. Gatlinburg, On My Honor, Azteca's Gold. And from the far outside, there is Merit. So it's Merit pushing 3 deep. On My Honor from between runners. And along the inside is Gatlinburg. Laugh Now, Cry Later is lost ground. I'm going to Azteca's Gold. Graphic Detail and Star Topper. Asmodeus is at the back marker. Asmodeus is 8 lengths.
The 11 did not run today.
Gatlinburg has the lead as they race to the quarter pole from Merit. On My Honor is right there. Here comes Azteca's Gold with a nice bid into third from the outside with momentum. And Star Topper's trying to close in. Not today for Asmodeus. He's at the back. And it's Gatlinburg off the turn, the one to step up to. Gatlinburg gives them the slip. In second is Merit, then Azteca's Gold. To the far outside is Event Detail. Event Detail's rolling from that back marker. Here comes Event Detail after Gatlinburg. It's time to recognize Event Detail. Front and center. Event Detail wins it from Gatlinburg. Laugh Now, Cry Later.
You're right on the 11. You said don't bet the 11.
Yes.
Didn't run a lick.
Dead last.
Didn't run a lick. All right, Oldie. Gulfstream race 7. Just quickly back to that pole vaulter from France. The male, the men. You will find it very interesting what caused the pole, the beam there to go off. Go find that. It's on Twitter.
Okay.
It's everywhere. You can't miss it. The commentators did not know what to say when they watched the replay. Really slow.
Yeah, that's without knowing, it sounds painful.
It's unique to men.
Yes, that's why I said it sounds painful. I can read where you're going with that.
I can't wait to hear the commentary from Snoop on that.
That will be interesting to hear what Snoop has to say on that. So 4-way stop. The 8 horse is a weekend preview horse of Alfredo's here at Gulfstream. I just double checked for Safi and Zayas, or Safi and his Joseph as he's known. Really, you have 2 tiers of horses here. You have what I'm going to call the slow early speed, and then the really slow horses. Am I wrong? I mean,
no, you're not.
I kind of like the Kathleen O'Connell horse here with Reyes aboard. Reyes is red hot today. So, and I think you got to look at somebody like the 7 who's not getting back to pick up a piece too, with Jaramillo aboard. But let's look at the race sim.
We have like an hour until the next race at Saratoga.
We also have a horse there that's the horse I mentioned in the $1 million purchase that Gustavo Delgado has in that race that I hear can run at Saratoga. Am I looking at the wrong race? Hold on. I'm looking at Ellis. That's why I'm not seeing it. But, it's interesting. So the race sim likes the 6, the long shot here, and you're getting 10-1. It's 16% for Mario and his Lopez. Vasquez really only 6%?
Probably.
That's what it says.
But you're getting some nice prices on the 6 and the 3 if you like either of those horses, because from a win percentage perspective, you also have an EA morning line angle, a big one on both at Gulfstream. So those are things to not ignore. What do you like here, Derek?
So I think, to me, it's really between I think the 8's going to win, so I'll probably just do an exact 8 on top of 6, just straight. I wouldn't bet the 8 at 3 to 5, but I think the 8 wins pretty easily. I think the 6 you're getting good odds on. I really like the 20 to 1 to 4 to 1 move. And so I just wanted to choose between really the 3 and the 6, and I think they're fairly similar horses. I think you're getting a better price on the 6, so I'm going to go 8-6 exacta.
8-6 exacta. We do show the 7 closing, the 2 closing at the end. I don't see it on the 2, so let's maybe put a try together here. And I'm going to play against the 8 on top. And I'm going to play the 6 and the 3 on top there. Now, most likely the system's then going to try to put the 8 lone in second. No, it didn't. Okay. I'm going to add the 7 here. And we'll make our budget $12 now. So I think that's what I'm going to play. I'm going to try to beat the big favorite.
Trying to beat the horse to watch.
Yeah, I believe I voted against this horse, so I'm going to, in keeping with that, I thought I liked the 3, which was the reason. 3 is the only horse in this race with more than 1 win. You're getting 5 to 1. The horse can rate a little bit. 7.5 is 2 turns. We'll see if it wants the distance. And then the 6 is just a shot in the dark based on the it being the long shot and the 16% to win with the morning line angle for me. I mean, Mario Lopez is probably better on Access Hollywood than he is as a trainer, but he is on Access Hollywood. I have that right, correct?
Probably.
That's not my area of expertise.
Mine either. I think that would be more Chris than us.
But if he does win, hopefully Pete has a Saved by the Bell reference or something like that saved up.
All right, looks like they're getting out to the gate here shortly. That's your trifecta.
Yep.
$12.
$12.
Coming up after Gulfstream will be, Woodbine is in 3 minutes. So that can go off the top. Laurel Park in 5 minutes. Monmouth in 8.
So here, for me, I like the 2 who scratched out at Woodbine. And it's another one of those first-time 2-year-old races. And, the Atard horse does have, the 1 horse does have experience. So that might be where I would go. I thought 1 and 6 were the 2 main horses here.
Been hot up there in Jersey, Derek?
Oh, it's hot and it's humid, which is why they canceled Monmouth yesterday, and it's probably slightly better today, but not much. And I don't think they wanted to cancel again. So
Well, we've got that. We've got that here. Hot, humid, no income tax. That's the difference.
Yeah, but hey, Oldie, for Woodbine race 5, there's one. The works don't show much. There's a couple 3-star works though. This 5, 20 to 1 or 25 to 1 right now. 10% win percentage, 8 to 1 money line, morning line. I'm gonna put the 5 and the 8 on top and hope one of them hits, and then put the 1 right underneath and do a couple things after that.
So for me, I'm taking the fact that he's putting Campos up on that horse as it's not live.
Yeah.
On the 8. If I had to add a long shot, it would be the 4.
Also, yeah, getting 11 to 1. That's another, and it's the third, or it's 8%.
And it's the factor on synthetic.
Yeah.
So that would be. That was the other horse I had been eyeing. You have a lot of bad connections in terms of, look at the 3. They're 0-for-22. And, you have 9%, 8%, and a bunch of zeros here. So, I think this Cassie horse probably can run. Probably going to have some speed. That 2 of 31 work looks pretty impressive on paper. And there's another 3 of 31 gate work, so it probably can break pretty well too. Who's going to go off first here, Chris? Should we play that game?
I'm going to say it's Woodbine because they're actually loading.
Well, that's usually a good way to go off first.
Yeah.
So go ahead and pull up the bind.
All right. Oh, hold on. I got to turn the sound off at Gulfstream first. Get the bind up.
Rodney will definitely look at Delmar race 2.
Yeah, we'll get to Delmar.
Here is
closer to 4.
Wellness for the barn of Mark Cassie. Serious Green is also out. They're still working on closing appeal. They've moved up Wellness and the Gary Barber Silks. And now
Gary
Deshaun Gaskin on Serious Green, turning around as they wait for Wellness, who's come away from the gate. Or 6 here. Down to 9 to 5, rivaling for favoritism with Skylight Caper. Has been placed loading in. Serious Green.
Yeah. I think Gulfstream
goes up. Deeper out.
We got a split screen.
Serious Green.
Serious Green in the split screen.
I'll make Chris do any more work than he already has to do.
Wellness, Serious Green, they both stand nicely now, and the last 2 walk up, Periwinkle and Miss Matoli. Periwinkle has gone in. Leo Salas with Miss Matoli.
Periwinkle, I believe, was one of the characters on Blue's
Youngsters
Clues.
are set to run.
Which one is going to open? Oh, Gulfstream
And as they break tossing the hip, Periwinkle and Reared, and at the back of affairs is also closing appeal and Orient Beach, and in front Wellness as they go with Miss Matoli sweeping up on the outside. My Cash Factor is handy over on their inside, staying early in the pace pressure is Skylight Caper, so is up there running with speed today. Miss Matoli's darted away. Race from the outside, 2 in front of Skylight Caper. My Cash Factor is up in 3rd and coming forward. Closing appeals made good ground. Wellness got back with Serious Green in between runners. A gap in the field to Periwinkle. A long last Orient Beach. Miss Matoli out in front by almost 3 to Skylight Caper. My Cash Factor under pressure. Trying to run home is Wellness around the outside. Up the rails, closing appeal. Then Serious Green and Periwinkle. They come for home, and Miss Matoli at the quarter by 3 lengths. giving chases. Skylight Caper now 2.5 behind is coming on really well, reeling in this leader, and Wellness down the outside. Skylight Caper's run to the front. Periwinkle finishing out wide on the track as well, but Skylight Caper raced away, is bursting clear, and Skylight Caper by 4. Periwinkle finishing on at a second spot. On the rail, Sirius Green, a big winner, Skylight Caper.
That 8 got a terrible break, and he closed hard.
Rotundo has other ideas and takes aim with an 1/8 of a mile to go. It's inside. It's four-way stop. It's outside. It's Rotundo. Razias wants more from four-way stop. He's getting enough. Four-way stop. Rotundo second.
Oh, tell me that 6 got third.
6 got third, I think.
Oh, come on, tell me. That's what I want to hear. Come on.
The 6 got third. I'll tell you. I have no idea.
So?
I have no idea. I'll just tell you that.
I got a $5 try if the 6 got third.
I think you got it.
We'll sit here and we'll get you the replay here.
We got Floge going off. Weekend preview horse at Monmouth.
Yeah, let's see if his 6 gets there.
I think he just missed it, but of course he comes way too late.
Not in the picture yet. There he comes. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
I think you got it.
I think so.
All right. First boom of the day for you.
I don't think it's first race, oldie. I hit the first race and I haven't made anything since. But I don't think it's going to pay a lot. So, but whatever. I did a $5 836.
1 minute to post. 1 minute.
All right, you want to take a look at this race at Monmouth here, oldie? Fluge.
Yeah, that's what Fluge is the weekend preview horse. I'm going to put together a pick 3 with Fluge. Here, I'm probably going to add to this leg maybe the 6 for Scott and his Lake. Here, and we'll make this a pick 3 if we have time here. It should be about $8. $8. Fluge didn't win last time out, but usually gives a pretty good effort. Going to sit right behind the speed, which hopefully just that they run each other out here, and the one Fluge just pounces. Is what I'd like to see here.
I did a small pick 5 and I singled the 1, but that's we'll see what happens. It's like Dan hit the $5 222. We were thinking the same thing there because the 6 did get third. They showed it.
Did get third?
Yes,
just couldn't quite get that 3 up there for me.
Excellent. Don't forget, their contest jockey contest starts at 7 p.m.
Yes.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 at Del Mar. If you
My
guys
problem is I logged in last time and didn't bet it by accident.
If you guys haven't gotten involved in that, go to contestjockey.com. It's a free contest. All the info is there. It's a little bit different format than the normal ones, but it's kind of fun to play. Plan on going all in a lot if you want.
I was going to say it is fun, but it's also, I mean, it's not a real contest. Like these ones aren't, because you're at least if they only let you bet a certain amount each race, you can't just go all in. And when it's not real money, it's like you play poker. I can't play poker with people when there's not a good enough stake involved. Right?
100% agree.
Fairy Cakes takes her spot. Here's Queen Tapiture.
If it was $2,400 of real money, it would be a whole lot different.
Yeah, you people wouldn't be going all in. They'd be betting the min.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'll do the one horse here, huh?
Everly's Girl. Yep.
We got about 15 minutes left with Derek, and then David Harrison. What's up, Wiz?
And
you're ready to go.
Lyra. Swedish Sugar gets the first call, goes to the front here at once and leads the way by about a half length from Everly's Girl there on the outside to press the issue. Queen Tapiture in the third position. Gringot shuffled back and fourth. Flug alongside of her, gap of 5 to Fairy Cakes. at the back of the pack. Three-way go on the front end. Swedish Sugar on the inside, hounded by Queen Tapiture, wedged between horses. Everly's Girl is 3 deep on the course. A gap of 3 to Gringotts in third. Fluke now sent along in the 5th position, sailing into the far turn, 2 clear of Fairy Cakes, who is still at the back. Around the far turn, Swedish Sugar, half length in front. Queen Tapiture has come under a hard ride between horses. Everly's Girl right there too. Gringotts finds a path, in fact, goes 4 wide coming off the turn, and Flug is caught deep but gaining position now. Flug is on the move on the grandstand side, and she's moving fast. Flug on the outside, attempting to corral Gringotts, who has the lead with a furlong to go. Gringotts in the red blinkers, nose in front, but Flug is moving past. And Flug on the outside with Gringotts, who's determined. Look at that. 2-way go as they come to the line. It's Flug, I think. Flug, Gringotts, then came Fairy Cake.
I'm going to say Inquiry.
He's going to put the Inquiry, light up the Inquiry.
I think him going closer to the 6 hurt him.
I know, but I'm just saying I think he caused the contact.
Any contact is going to take him down, unfortunately. Like right here, they should just be showing the head on. I mean, just straight away.
We can't tell who came out and who came in. There definitely was a movement out by the 6 there. And then I'm assuming there was some bumping, but you just can't tell.
There'll be no change.
Come on.
Really?
How about a head on? There might be no change, but we can't tell anything because they haven't shown a head on yet.
This is where, I mean, you got it. They got it. These people do this all the time. They got to know. Show it right away.
Scott Free says no foul.
Of course, no foul. They looked at it already. There's no reason to go through the motions.
Well, Andy Sterling went off on them last week about that. And when he's like, they're looking at it. So why don't they just tell everyone they're looking at it? And I rarely do I agree with Andy Sterling. But
agreed. No, Chuck, we do not show Ellis Park. We'll probably cover it.
Show it. We'll definitely cover it today. Write your congressmen, write your senators, tell them to tell Churchill to allow us to show it, and we are happy to show it.
Right, Tony Olivato, and all those fine folks at NYRA.
NYRA, yes. All right, so we got a second one home there from
Saratoga race 6 in 8 minutes.
So and we also have Ellis in 6 minutes here as well, so we can look at possibly both of those.
Back to last week, I think we saw Nakatomi win last week, right?
We did, yes.
So
we also saw the Chosen Vron win.
Yeah. Another diehard reference for you, oldie. Since we're going to be covering Ellis Park, do you remember the role of Ellis in Die Hard?
I do not.
Ellis was the one that was going to make the deal with Hans, remember?
I didn't remember.
He was the boss of his wife, of John McClane's wife.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Ellis didn't end up well.
So I kind of like the 6 horse for Brendan and his Walsh here.
You want to do Ellis or Saratoga? They're both 6 minutes.
First. We'll do Ellis first, and then we'll do Saratoga. We got 6 minutes, which is plenty of time. Top pick. You're getting 4 to 1 here. The money doesn't really seem to know where to go yet. You're also on the 42% horse, getting 6 to 1, which is something you should never ignore. So maybe 3-6, and you're getting 5. You have 5 to 2 on the morning line on the Asmussen second time starter as well. So there's some interesting places to go here.
That's
fascinating places.
Yeah, I'm going with the 12. I always like the value one, but I do see the 3 I'll probably do the 12 on top of the 3, the 6, and the 1.
All right, let's look here. We got a pick 5. Could maybe do a pick 3 at Ellis. So let's see what we have in the next couple races here. So let's do a $6 pick 3. Since we can't do a lot of multis at Saratoga today. So it wants to single the 8 in the next, who is 15 of 18, overcharged. I kind of like Red Carpet Ready, maybe as an upset here. I'm a big Red Carpet Ready fan. I like Oscar performances. There is a big GSR drop, though.
Yeah, I think the 8's an easy. That's a good single.
I mean, for me, the question on this horse is class, because it's mostly been running in both state bred and open non-graded stakes races. And that's why I think, from a class standpoint, Red Carpet Ready may have an advantage here, having been in recently against grade 1 company and is a grade 2 winner. So I'm going to go for the upset there and go against the 6-5 horse, take the 2-1 horse, not a huge upset, and go with Red Carpet Ready there. And in the last, looks like 1, 2, 7, 8 is what the system wants to do. Let's look here. Big work on the Brissett horse. Saffy horse has some nice wins. I looked at this race. Cameo performance, I think probably is going to be over bat. Let's look at the race sim here and see if there's a place to go. And then we'll go to Saratoga. Big GSR on the 8, though. It might sit a trip based on the pace scenario here. All right, let's look at the 4. Probably not. No, the 4 is not impossible. Almost got home in the Kent there at 11 furlongs. Lightly raced on the 5, but I'm just going to leave it like this. I'm going to add the 7 here. Let's see, is there anything else to be aware of in this first race? We're going to go with that. Peter and his Erden can wait. I'm at $8 there. And then we'll go to Saratoga in a minute here. Got 2 minutes there. I like the 1 horse at Saratoga. That's the one that has a little bit of buzz around it.
You're on Ellis, by the way.
I know. I'm going to pull that up in a minute.
And top GSR, the 1 at Saratoga.
And Gustavo Delgado, the trainer of, I almost said Muth, and that's wrong. Last year's Derby winner, who I'm drawing a blank on.
Mage.
Muth Mage. Potato, as they say. He doesn't send a lot of horses to Saratoga, as you can imagine. The 4 is your top win percentage for Chad Brown. Contraband, the 2, I thought had some really nice works for Pletcher. And the 9's the one getting bat for Pletcher.
How much is that as Ortiza?
Yeah, especially that they just won the last race.
Yeah.
And if you look at these works, they really like the other horse in the 9's works. And interesting that the 1% horse Math Tutor is the top pick here, with Katie aboard. So just some thoughts on horses to use there. I'm going to go with a 1, 2, 10 exacta box here.
Looks like Ellis is going to go off first. They're heading to the gate.
They're going to go off on top of each other, guarantee it.
Which one should we carry?
I'm going to say Saratoga.
They're both evil, so.
Yes. There is a 4-star work on the Asmussen horse. Also, that you're getting 92.
CDI is probably more evil than Naira. Would you agree with that?
Who are you rooting for in the Naira CDI contest of battle of wills, we'll call
it? Well, the Twin Spires players probably could have used one more day of not having it.
It's post time. They're moving into line for race 6.
All right. Getting in the line.
It's a good place to get. Ellis is in the gate. No, one horse left to load.
Thank you, Lafitte.
They go first.
We get these maiden 2-year-olds at Saratoga Racecourse. Here's Preeter taking up his spot. The last one to load is Math Tutor. Going in. They're in the gate.
Slow.
And they're off, and Ferocious was a bit tardy out of there. He's starting to rush up now, but it's El Prestigio who's the fastest. On the inside, Ferocious darts right into second. Lock Current is close up in the early stages, and Ripped is fourth and only 3 lengths off the lead. It's another 2 back to Contrabandist. 2.5 clear of Antietam, who races in between horses. Down at the rail, Discreet Dancer is some 10 lengths off the lead, just steadied pretty hard behind Antietam. And in front of that pair now is Math Tutor. Trying to pick it up from behind is Preeter. 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. El Prestigio has been there every step of the way, trying to stay clear in doing so. El Prestigio has a 4-length lead suddenly as they reach the top of the stretch. Ferocious hugging the rail and trying to chase him down. Angles out now with good strides in second. And these two will come to the 8th pole together, and Ferocious is gathering serious momentum as Preeter has surfaced from well out of it. Ferocious takes off through the stretch. What an effort. It was expected, and he sure delivered.
Yeah, but usually you don't get 3 to 1 on a horse like that.
Photo between Preeter.
That's good. Of course, I didn't have. I don't know why I didn't put the 5 in my triple.
And Alex,
pick 5.
Of course, I was top when.
Made a nice menacing move to the quarter.
The 3
to 1.
The 3 was the winner at Ellis.
3-6-1, I believe it is. Yep, 3-6-1. All right.
Although you do have a stakes race here at Colonial, if you want to get over there.
Colonial in their downs. 5.5 furlongs on the dirt. I believe this was supposed to be a turf race. 2-year-olds. The Farrier horse, I think, looks tough here. It's a lot of speed. You know, you see all these horses pretty much have won their races on the lead. Maybe the Munnings first-time starter. It is getting bet. I don't know that you want to take a 3-1 there, but the works are pretty decent on the 5. And so is the GSR. Getting 12% on the 8. The 8 might be the only horse that has shown a little late kick as rating. So maybe take a shot at 6-1 on the 8 here.
I like the 5. I think
He
Sherry
thinks.
knows what she's doing, and you're putting a first-time starter in there. They seem to do well when you put a first-time starter in stakes. I always feel like you're not going to do that to a horse that's not ready.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but then wouldn't you the 1% for John Ortiz on the 7 as well? But,
Also, yeah,
and who seems to be a dirt horse based on the GSR tab, and they're all getting bet, so that's why I was kind of going with the 8, who's bet down to its E morning line.
yeah. I mean, the 5 is a dirt horse too, though.
Yeah,
it's with the GSR, so I think that's fine.
All right, let's bring in David. What's up, champ?
Hello, gentlemen. Happy Whitney Day. How's everybody doing today?
We're doing okay. We're moving all around the place due to all the tracks running over each other, and Saratoga with delays, due to canceled races. So we're getting out to Colonial right now. There's a stakes race.
All right.
And Oldie's making a note on that one horse that just won out at Saratoga.
Oh, yep, the 1.3 mil horse, right? Ferocious, who, again, these maiden races, I'm not a big fan of wagering on. I like to watch and maybe make notes for trip notes for future races, but I never liked. I mean, this horse was very, very impressive, but drawing the rail, these 2-year-olds sometimes is a tricky position. But yeah, really impressive race, really impressive.
All right, guys, I'm going to jump off. So good luck the rest of the way. And
Sure. Yep.
National Treasure, Warrior Johnny, straight, ice cold exacta.
All right, Derek.
Oh, good luck, man.
Have a good one, guys.
Have a good weekend.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Derek.
So do we have about a minute that I can vent here about something with
Of
Naira?
course. It's
Okay.
probably the same thing Chris is upset about.
I've been waiting for you. I've been waiting, Derek. David. I've been waiting. Go for it.
And it might not be what you're thinking. I just was on, I guess, X, formerly known as Twitter, and just looking at everybody bitching and moaning about taking the race, canceling the races. Naira's a shit show, all this nonsense. But hey, listen, it's not great. I agree, but I would say to horse players, if you stop complaining, if you don't want to play, don't play. I can find opportunities on any racetrack to make a profit. And if I'm not happy with the races, I don't play. As simple as that. I wasn't happy personally about the card with so many maiden races. Not happy. I'd like to watch. They're great races. You got future stars, but to me, they're not really strong wagering races. Again, there's been chalk, and it wasn't handled great. Having such a huge lag between post times now, and I get it. You don't want to run. It stopped raining and dried up, but that turf is boggy. I mean, that's not going to dry like the main track. So my my statement to horse players is stop complaining. Just move on. If you don't want to play the races, don't play. So that's my venting for the day. So there we go.
My only complaint is the 2-day turf pick 5, which they pushed a lot.
Yeah.
And then today they decided to cancel 2 of the races and bring them back next week.
Right.
The reason why they didn't cancel the 3rd turf race and moved it to the main track is if they canceled the 3rd one, they would have had to refund the pick 5, the turf pick 5, because their rules state If 3 races are canceled, it's a refund. So instead of doing the right thing, which would have been just to cancel that race, move all 3 of the turf stakes to next weekend.
Okay. That's a very good point. Thanks for pointing that out, because I wasn't aware of that. So
instead, they put it on the main track, and they made the turf pick 5 3 alls in order to keep $23,000 in handle.
Right. Yeah, and I'm not a big fan of taking them off the turf and having all, but that's why I never play, or very, very rarely play, any 2-day wager gimmick type of thing. Only because if there's any weather forecast, like Pimlico on Preakness weekend, that was a sloppy off. It was off track. Yeah. I don't know the weather conditions. I don't know the track conditions. If I don't know, I don't want any part of a 2-day wager. If it's going to be sunny and 85 each day, I feel a little more comfortable about it. Yeah.
Well, David, are the 2-day pick 5 wagers at Del Mar, because it's not going to rain.
No, most likely not.
All right.
And by the way, I'll just tell you this. Del Mar is a complete shit show. I liked the late card yesterday. I thought it was a great card. And my God, you got some of these long shots I could have never picked. And I don't usually do that very well at Del Mar. So anybody who can reach out, I need a Del Mar expert on my side.
David, I'll send you something for Del Mar.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and Gulfstream's about to go off with a weekend preview horse, the 1 misprint for Bobby and his Debona.
And the race is on at the Keswick Stakes. Sail the 7 seas outward at the start. Dio Canisa, the favorite, got away well and goes out to the early advantage, battling with Safe Trust, who's trying to hold that rail position, but Dio Canisa is quicker. Safe Trust toward the inside, a half length back in second. They're 2 lengths clear then. A Sporting Lady who starts to move up now into third. Rapino Rosa is fourth. Length and a half more back to Sail the 7 seas. Scarfire with 1 beat early on, and that's the first year Winfinity. They round that far turn. Dio Canisa, Sporting Lady, emerges up now to be a clear second. Rapino Rosa out 3 deep in the silver cap. Sail the 7 seas is starting to make up some ground, is up to a joint fourth now. Safe Trust is back to fifth as they come to the top of the stretch of the Keswick. Dio Canisa off the turn just in front of Sporting Lady. Rapino Rosa down the center. Sail the 7 seas looking for a seam in between runners. Now is starting to charge home. And winding up down the far outside, Sciara Fire is putting in a really good bid right down the center of the track. Final furlong time now. Sail the 7 seas comes after the lead. Safe Trust back into the bit toward the inside, is rallied up to second. Down the far outside, Sciara Fire. Also, Winfinity's really starting to roll. Sail the 7 seas. Here comes Winfinity, charging the first timer. Winfinity.
There you go, Winfinity, the 7, the 1% horse.
You had the 8 there, I think, Goldie, right?
I did have the 8, yeah. I had $10 on the 8 there.
Out to Gulfstream Park here in a minute. Go ahead.
And also, if you're new to the show, because it looks like we have some new viewers today, please take the time to like and subscribe to the show. This is a weekly show, and we always have live racing.
So, David, a small group of us played. The 4 of us did the turf 2-day turf pick 5 at Saratoga, and we did it pyramid style. So whatever the payout is going to be, we're going to end up getting it. Derek and Oldie, I calculated 210 times.
How many times?
210.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We had a $10 base wager, which was a lot of singles with like 3 horses in there, and then a few other ones with 3 and 2, and more singles and whatnot. But when you do, none of it was at 50 cents. It was all at like $10, dollar tickets and whatnot. And we figured it all out. It was 210 times. So it's probably going to pay $4. But
yeah.
$3.80, $3.60. You're on anybody here, gentlemen?
The 1 was one of our weekend preview horses.
Oh, yes.
Bobby and his Debona.
On the outside, it looks like it in third. Back to the inside and improving is Gulfaxi, and the trailer is Sonadora Girl. To the half-mile point they go. Misprint has the
Only
lead
we'll
by
get out to
1.5.
Monmouth,
Gallop Day
race
second.
7 on the
Look
turf
like it.
after
Now
this.
races from third at the rail. Gulfstream is fourth, and the trailer is Saratoga Girl. The opening quarter, not that taxing. 23 seconds flat, moving 3 wide. Look like it is on the move now. Pressing Misprint for the advantage with Gallop de Hermé between. On from fourth, that's Sonadora Girl.
Not looking
driven.
good, though.
She's not responding at all with 5
No, the one I think is packing it
on
in.
the outside, looked like it's striding with a purpose. She has the lead 3 parts of length from Gallop de Hermé second. Misprint puts the Q.
Not riding the horse hard either, so
off the turn
that tells me he doesn't think he has any horse left.
Away. She's 3/16 from home and 2 on top. Gallop de Hermé trying very hard toward the rail, trying to go with her. 5 back to the outside, and Sonadora Girl with his 16th to run. It's DVD. It's Look Like It, who's clear to the wire at even money. Look Like It.
At even money. There he goes again. Even money.
Yeah.
Second,
It's
Gallop de Hermé
1-to-1.
ahead of Sonadora Girl third.
It's even money. I never heard 1-to-1. Any of my horse players in New York say 1-to-1.
Well, you know, you should.
You're from the Midwest, correct?
Yeah, so you should have talked to Matt because he says 1-to-1 in his book.
Because he's Midwest born and raised.
Yeah,
It's
it's an
1-to-1
Illinois
here.
thing, David.
Yeah.
All those people from Illinois say 1-to-1, right? When you go play blackjack at the casino and you get dealt blackjack and the dealer has an ace up, they don't ask you if you want 1-to-1.
Right.
They ask you if you want.
I don't
even
know.
money.
Have you been to a casino here?
No, and I don't intend to anytime soon. So Monmouth Park, oldie.
All right, Monmouth 7th, right?
Monmouth 7.
We're on the turf, and is it firm or did they get rain also?
They are saying
It's firm. Firm, and the rail is at 24 feet.
Okay, so we get 16,000, 14. None was a 2 lifetime claimer.
So I used in the pick 3 here because we singled in the last race in the pick 3 because that was a weekend preview horse. I had 1-2-6-9 here.
All right, let me write that down. 1-2-6-9. And I looked at some of these races earlier today, and this is one race I thought was ahead. These 9 was a 2 lifetime.
Yeah.
You have a bunch of horses who one for 16, one for 22, one for 13. Usually I try to go with the horse who's got less starts, but I think what's the 9? Who's the favorite is the 2 is 6-5, correct?
Yeah, I don't think I'd take 6-5 if I were playing a win bet on anyone here, but it is a pretty big drop from 54s, and the horse did almost win 2 back at 7.5 at Parks.
For all of our
much better group.
players, Chuck Brower, our man on the scene, just posted a picture to me that they are opening the racetrack. It's now being harrowed, so not sealed any longer.
Is that Saratoga?
Saratoga, yes.
Correct, because I think the threat of rain is over.
Mm-hmm.
And we have plenty of time to talk about the Whitney, and now with the track drying, it may change my opinion a bit, but we can get there. We got plenty of time.
Yeah, we got about 40 minutes to the next one. They did not advance post times for the canceled races, so we got about 40 minutes until the test, and we'll get out there for that as we get closer. The multi-race guys, David, are dying because there's no more pick 5s.
All right.
There's no more pick 4s. No pick 4, nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was a little disappointed in that. I'm like, I guess the logistics just couldn't work. It just didn't have enough time because I would have liked to, I'm always looking on a day where they're taking everything off the turf. I'm like, hey, if I can just get 1 or 2 value horses or horses that are overlooked, the day that I may play a pick 6, because sometimes you'll get people who refuse to play the card. So, they're just, and with Saratoga, you get people who are, novices, tons of them up there. But trust me, I was just there last weekend who just bet the morning line and the second choice in their pick 5s and pick 6s and pick 4s. So sometimes if you can get a sleeper off the turf, hidden dirt form with high odds on the program, you may get some value in some of those. But yeah, I'm like, oh, they couldn't move it. They canceled everything. So it's actually the way we used to have to play, race by race, one place go, exact, and Quinella. That's it. So until you get to the 9th race, triple, and the first race, daily double. So back in the day, it was simpler. You didn't have.
They're getting to the gate. What do you got here quickly?
So I was 1, 2, 6, 9 here. These are a lot of non-winners of non-winners. So, I think anything could happen. The 8 would be the other horse that I'm a little tad bit interested in here. Not a lot of time on the turf, been mostly on the dirt. Has a decent GSR at 3%. So if somebody's going to beat me here, I think it's probably that 8 horse at 3%.
How would you quantify the measurement of a tad?
It's about 95,000 miles off course, I believe. Perfect. If my airplane 2 serves me correctly.
Right on. Let's get out to Monmouth. Thank you, Flatterer. 22 minutes to post. Hey, everybody, quick break here, minute. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We will be back on Thursday night. Friday is the Road to the NHG with David and Scotty.
And
good
the runners
program
have
there.
now reached the starting gate. They're loading for race number 7. Dame Catherine has gone into the gate. Full Moon Magic takes her spot. Super Red goes in. Vanellope. Hypatia going in.
This 2 to me, gentlemen, just look too. This horse looks too obvious. This could be a single for me if I was going to play the race.
To the outside, Spatial Reality to round out the field. Your Spatial Reality. Go
I
again.
can't play one gun in that case.
We're ready to go.
They're ready to go.
They're ready to go.
Not anymore.
That's the 6 horse acting.
David, are you back in Florida?
Vanellope.
No. I heard you guys are preparing for a tropical storm, correct?
Yeah, it shouldn't be much. I'm
Yeah.
Not much out of the
beginning.
out of
Dame
the rain,
Catherine
out of
from
the
the
tone,
inside
so
put into
we
play
talked about
early as
that.
a share of the lead with
Still
Pasiloquin.
getting rain though.
Pasiloquin comes out of the chute with Dame Catherine. Spatial Reality not far off, running in the 3rd position right off of them, a little bit headstrong as they come by us. And 4th is Smart Red to the outside of Full Moon Magic. Vanellope is next, running 2 lengths better than Power and Glory. And the trailer is Hypatia as they go into the clubhouse turn. Spatial Reality from the far outside post gets to the rail, establishes a clear lead, and strides out to a 2-length edge. Dame Catherine happy to track from the 2nd spot. Pasiloquin on the outside in the 3rd position, 2.5 clear of Full Moon Magic to the inside of Smart Red approaching the backstretch run. 1.5 lengths to Vanellope. Power and Glory now racing inside of her down the backstretch, 2 lengths clear of Hypatia as they head down the backstretch. Spatial Reality still carving out the fractions, about a length in front. Dame Catherine off the fence now in the 2 path. Good tracking position, running in the 2nd spot. Pasiloquin, 3rd to the outside, a gap of 2 to Full Moon Magic. Clearly in the wrong direction here. Power and Glory slips inside of that rival, saving ground. She's 5th now, within 6 lengths of the lead. Vanellope shaken up. Hypatia attempting to get rolling from the back of the field. Still has a lot of work to do as they come to the top of the lane. Dame Catherine cruising up alongside of Spatial Reality. They're off the turn together. Here comes Full Moon Magic with her run. Power and Glory right behind the leaders, searching for racing room, but she's got to find a way out of traffic. Nowhere for her to go. Full Moon Magic on the outside gets the jump, swoops to the front, and it's Full Moon Magic kicking away. Coming on late, Power and Glory on the outside into 2nd, but Full Moon Magic does it. The favorite wins it by about a length.
Well, 2-8 exactly. You mentioned the 8. The 8 was played. That you got a value exacted there. So,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, from the drop down from 30 to 16, and looking at all these horses who are repeat losers at the 12-5 level, 16 level. I mean, this horse just seems so obvious, and enough pace up front for the closing kick. Yeah.
We have Ellis Park. I like the 5 Red Carpet Ready here. We're getting 7 to 2 on. I don't know, David. if you've had a chance to look at this, Overcharge, is 15 of 18, is typically facing non-graded stakes company. That's one of the reasons I liked Red Carpet Ready here, was the additional class here.
Mm-hmm.
I also think you might find a look maybe on somebody like the 2 Bling here, or the 4 LJ's Emma. What were your thoughts here?
Well, I haven't really looked at this race, but I know Red Carpet Ready and Overcharged. The thing is at 3 to 5, you're right. I think Red Carpet Ready. What's the SOR, right? You see the SOR on Red Carpet Ready is 81, right? So you're right. This horse has been facing better company, but Overcharged just is a constant winner. To me, it looks like a pretty clear 2-horse race, and then you got Vicky Oliver's got that bling. Yeah. I think I'd be on the same. If I was going to make a wager on this race, I'd probably just use Red Carpet Ready.
I mean, you're getting 4 to 1 there, which is, to me, kind of shocking on a horse who's 5 of 9 lifetime and is a grade 2 winner. Correct.
But then you see, people look at it, that Overcharge 15 for 18, and they're like, this horse just doesn't lose. How many, when this horse has run 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 in a row?
Yeah. I mean, could easily win here. Like I said, the other one that's a little interesting, or fascinating, if you will, is if it were to run back to its 2023, mid-2023 form, is the 4 LJ's Emma, Freddie and his Keneally. Here, that this horse, as a 3-year-old, did win a non-graded stakes race at Saratoga at 5.5. It really hasn't shown that form since then. But if you get that kind of pace here, the 4 is the only one I think could really clean up.
Right. And the one thing I like is a horse that's won over the course, right? So July 23, that was an Ellis Park race, right? Well, that was turf. This is turf also, correct?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. So there you go. There's an angle right there if you want to play. And you'll find that angle works quite often at Saratoga. Past form at Saratoga, past form. Horses for courses, as they say, right? Doesn't always work, but sometimes if you're looking for a price, at least you have an angle there.
Yeah, and if you look at the pace setup here, you'll see there's seems to be a lot of speed here.
Yes.
So that this horse could sit right behind and pounce, and I think I like this horse better than Bling. Granted, Bling is 2 for 3 at the distance, but it's also only 3 of 14 lifetime. So that's my thought on why LJ's Emma is the right horse here if you're gonna look for an upset of Red Carpet Ready and Overcharged.
Right. I see your point. Hello, Dave. Right. Thanks for joining. Keep plugging away with those good picks, my friend.
I hear there was a nice meeting of the minds at Saratoga last weekend between some of the big tournament champions.
Yeah, I don't know if some people used to call it, when I met with handicappers, a meeting of the mindless, but I can't say that. I can say that for myself. But with those esteemed gentlemen, and it was great to meet Brad for the first time, and Howard, first time in person. Met him on a show a couple of weeks ago, and Matt. And he did recall our conversation at the NHC last year. We had about a 10-minute conversation, and it was good. And he was so kind to arm me with a copy of A Better Way of Thinking, and I'm almost 3/4 of the way done with it.
First time for the 6th running of
really enjoy the book. We have some similarities, especially with our introduction to horse racing. We have some major differences when it comes to tournament strategy, but it shows you can have success with different strategies, right?
Yep.
some strategies don't work every day, and maybe yours will work that particular tournament, or maybe other days somebody else's will. And sometimes you mix the both of them. So,
and there's
hey, Brad, how's it going, my friend? Yep, same. Great, thank you so much. It was we had a blast last weekend. It was nice meeting you guys.
And there they go with the sixth running of the Kentucky Downs Preview Ladies Turf Sprint. BG Warrior with a flyer. Overcharged is right there with her. And Awesome Treat attends the pace. And she's up close to the action. I'm going to red carpet ready. Current Climate. LJ Zema and Bling are at the back markers. BG Warrior, the speed as expected. Overcharged is all over her heading into the far turn run. Red carpet ready, sharing third with Awesome Treat. And they both have more than 2 lengths to find heading into the 3/8. A break of at least 3 lengths to Bling, who's improving her position. Current Climate is second last. And LJ Zema's at the back. Overcharged now has her head in front of BG Warrior, sticks to her. And closing into the outside there is Red Carpet Ready, and Blink's following in her footsteps. Top of the lane in the 6th running of the Kentucky Downs Preview Ladies Turf Sprint. Overcharged has the lead to her outside. Races Red Carpet Ready and firing up the inside. Awesome Treat, and here's Blink late on the scene of the end. Straight up the inside. Overcharged went down.
Oh my God.
Overcharged fell in deep stretch. And it's Awesome Treat who has crossed the wire in front.
Oh.
And that's awful.
Yeah.
And ruins a really nice ride by Sophie sneaking up the rail there too.
Yeah. Hate to see that.
Yeah, awful.
Yeah, it's I think a year ago today that we lost Maple Leaf Mill.
Yeah, and I have to say, after that happened, I'm just glad I wasn't. I was thinking of going that day and would have seats right on the finish line. And after watching the race on my large screen TV here, I was sick. I had to shut on. Even watching the rest of the races, I just didn't really have a inkling. I was just I don't even, words can't even express the way I felt. I was like, I just can't get into horse racing today. I can watch the races I have already bet, but I'm just not. Took me a couple of, I don't know. It's hard to recover from that. It really is.
It is.
The trainer and Bill Parcells is just.
You could hear it in Tony's voice there. All right, let's pivot and go over to Saratoga. We got 11 minutes to the test. Curious to hear what you guys have to say about this race and the conditions in which it will be run.
Well, my horse, the horse that I liked as an upset, just scratched. Right Work was the horse I liked.
Oh, Right Work is scratched now?
Just scratched.
Is that a paddock scratch?
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, they're still circling around there and getting up in the saddle. So, there were a couple horses I liked as possible upsets to Ways and Mean. Bright Works was one. Emery was another for Brad Cox. I preferred Emery to Denim and Pearls, I feel like, but I thought this race was pretty wide open. Really, Ways and Means has only beaten Maiden and Allowance Company, non-winner of one restricted allowance company, and there are horses that have beaten better than that in this race.
Yeah.
I mean, My Main Squeeze is a grade 2 winner. Denim and Pearls is a grade 2 winner. Emery's a grade 3 winner. So, you have 3 possible upset options that you're getting 4-1 on there instead of Ways and Means.
Yeah, I like the sequence a whole lot more before the race cancellations and the moving to the off the turf and everything else. I had a pretty good opinion in the next race. All those horses are gone, and I think we're down to 4 horses in the next. So, but I do agree with you, Oldie, with the 6. I know I talked to Matt yesterday on the phone, and he was on the Sport of Kings podcast yesterday as well. And they were at dinner, and apparently the exercise rider was a waiter there who had been working Bright Work and just could not stop talking about the horse and how he was doing well. I think the cut back to one turn was really going to make the difference here, and Ways and Means was certainly a play against. But I think everything has sort of changed since then. So,
yeah, well, we see this race totally different, Aldi. The only concern I had, I just think Ways and Means a total lock here. If you watch her, I was there for her race on June 6th. Yeah, it was a very weak field. Okay, but the way this horse came into this race, this horse was just so impressive. I mean, she had a great workout on July 20th. I think she's sitting on another fantastic race. The only question I would have with the track being off, okay, if the track was fast, I wouldn't even look at another option here. But it's because of the sloppy racetrack at Kentucky Oaks Day, right? But I think it that she didn't like to slop, or she didn't, she's not really a two-turn distance horse. And I think it's more of the latter. I think she's more obviously now cutting back to a mile, and from a mile back to 7. I just think she's a single in every, now there's no pick 4s or pick 5s left. So I think this to me is a free square. And now with the 6 out, to me, that was my other horse that I would have considered. So the one thing is, if you notice the race for the test, this is the first test I can remember when there's a lack of speed. And usually you have I wish I had owned a speedy 3-year-old filly, right? That had a speedball, because I think I would be in pretty good shape today. I don't care what the class would be, because it come and catch me. But I think Ways and Means is just going to totally demolish this field.
So apparently, Brightwork flipped in the paddock.
Okay. So I will tell you the other thing that my other concern on Ways and Means is both of Ways and Means wins have come on Lasix, and all the losses have come off Lasix. And she's off Lasix here as well. So that was another thing I noticed this morning when I was doing my handicapping.
Holt, can you say that you lost me? Now, so, you can't. She won last on Lasix, right?
She the 2 races that let's call it that she freaked on, as I heard somebody explain earlier today when I was listening to a podcast, the HHH Racing podcast to be exact.
Yeah.
But both those races where she won by almost 10 lengths and she won by 12 lengths were on Lasix. The not as good performances, we'll call them, they weren't bad performances, have come without Lasix.
Okay, the only
without
thing
Lasix here as well.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say, Aldi, is August 6th, 2-year-olds in New York can't run on Lasix. So that her opening race, her debut race, that was
no Lasix. Okay.
Yeah. So I agree. Her best race by far is on Lasix, which was the last one. So the best race in terms of time and domination was the one on Lasix. So I wasn't sure. Maybe I was looking at something wrong, but okay, I mean, that's a possibility. And that was a weak field, I will acknowledge. That was a pretty weak, this horse was 1 to 5, 2 to 5. I mean, it was like a walk in the park. It's a public workout. So, and she'll be tested a little more in this race, obviously.
5 minutes to Saratoga. After that, we'll have some Laurel, Monmouth, Gulfstream, Woodbine coming up. And we've got, I think, so Saratoga will be back on our schedule. Another stakes from Ellis, about 21 minutes. And maybe we'll get out to the first at Emerald Downs if they have a field size there. Let me take a quick look. It's 5 horses with a 3 to 5 morning line favorite, so maybe not.
Emerald Downs, just refresh my memory. That's in the state of Washington, correct?
It is.
Okay. So that's Justin's. Is that Justin's home? I was going to say rink. I see home track. I'm a hockey guy too. We're out of season for that.
That is the closest track to to where he lives for sure.
Okay, well, we share something in common because the closest track to where I reside now is Finger Lakes. And the funny thing is, as soon as I wasn't watching the video, just listening to the audio of Ellis Park and Tony Callow, I'm thinking I'm watching a race. I'm like, well, you guys are doing Finger Lakes? So I just can't get his voice out of Finger Lakes because he's been there so many years. Even when I watch Turfway, I'm like, oh, geez, that's right. Tony Callow's not at Finger Lakes anymore.
Yeah, I believe that they had a replacement race caller too there.
Yeah, Matt was calling there. Anthony Seibel took the job, but I think he got ill, and Matt called there last week. I think Vic is calling there this week.
Where did Matt call?
At Finger Lakes.
Oh, yeah. Anthony Stabile. Yep. I guess he had a sick day.
Yeah, apparently he's got another one because Vic's going to be there next week.
No. I'm real local. If they need me, I would talk to Todd and say, hey, listen, you can just give me a test run or two. I can call. The good thing about Finger Lakes, usually you don't have 12-horse fields. You don't have any turf races. You don't have 12-horse fields. I think I could give it a shot. I mean, if Nick Tamaro could transition, I'd probably be awful the first couple, but yeah.
All right, where are they at here? They should be getting out there. A couple minutes to go. You're sticking with ways and means, huh, David?
Absolutely. And if this horse stays at 3 to 4, I know that I look for value, but I thought this horse with the scratch at a 6. I still think you're going to take a little lead money here on this horse. I just think this horse is a lock.
Who gets the lead?
That's a good question. I guess you'd have to say Denim and Pearls or the one or the two from the rail. Who's got because of the scratch, I didn't look at the pace metrics again. So, yeah, they got Emery on top, 64, 56, yep.
Bob, first time for race 8 is 1 minute.
Interestingly, I find this hard to believe, but Brad Cox and Irad are 0 for 11.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that got everybody's attention.
Oh, hold on. We do have a double.
Yeah, we have
a double here. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to use a double.
I was looking at the probables before.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I'm using Swiftshore. Okay. That's the horse I like in the next race. So let's keep repeating that bet. Yeah, I think Swiftshore has a potential to go wire to wire there. Oh, yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I'm like, well, there's no double or there's no, but that is the 9th race. Okay, good.
Yeah, there's a double and a late pick 3. That's
okay. It. So let me release my play. My play is a double between ways and means, and it's a 4-3 double. Okay, so I have a play. Yay. Because I'm not going to say I made a major win bet at 3 to 4. I don't want to ruin my reputation. So we made a major double play. There you go.
12 to 1 getting on that double.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I still can't believe that I wasn't paying attention to the double to Nash in the from the Appleby horse yesterday. That paid 7 to 1.
Yeah.
Scott. Hello, Scott. Do I like betting West Coast considering the times? Last night was after dinner time, so that worked out, except I was getting a little sleepy in the last 2 races. So I watched I was alive in a double with the horse that finished second, so it kind of ticked me off. That was the only thing I was alive in. So but the one thing, West Coast is a little difficult on weekends for me. Because, when you have, especially when I was younger, you have family time, the kid, that's the time where family comes over for dinner. And that's just about the time, the sweet zone's the time, like between 6 and 8. And it's usually tough for me to watch live racing. So, so the West Coast is a little difficult, but I've always been more of an East Coast guy. But again, after visiting Santa Anita, I love Santa Anita, and I'm going to make the Del Mar being on my bucket list. Unfortunately, I won't be able to make the Breeders' Cup this year, unless things drastically change. I plan to watch and participate in the BCBC at Gulfstream.
We're going into the gate.
Yes.
Bob, I told you 2 minutes ago that post time was
Ways and
coming.
Means takes up her spot.
Yeah, so I just deleted that and blocked him.
My Main Squeeze going
Have a
out.
good day.
They're in the gate, and they're off in the test presented by Ticketmaster. And Ways and Means breaks beautifully in. We'll go right to the front. Emery comes through on the inside of My Main Squeeze. They're racing together second, but now Emery goes right through and challenges Ways and Means. These two go at it from the start. So it's Emery the leader, Ways and Means comfortable, just a half length back in second. My Main Squeeze 3 off the pace in third, followed by Denim and Pearls in fourth. And Bell's Blue Bell is at the back of the field. The opening quarter mile sees Emery leading 3/4 of a length to Ways and Means. They move into the far turn together. Another 2 lengths back. My Main Squeeze hard ridden in third. Denim and Pearls is fourth with 4 lengths to make up. It's another 4. Back to Bell's Blue Bell. Ways and Means and Emery, stride for stride. Ways and Means puts her neck in front past the quarter pole. My Main Squeeze trying to come after them in third. They have 3/16 of a mile to go. Ways and Means puts away Emery and opens up 2. My Main Squeeze running a good race on the outside, and Denim and Pearls in fourth. Coming to the 16th pole, and Ways and Means is now a Grade 1 winner. Handwritten by Flavien Prat to win the test, presented by Ticketmaster.
Well, there you have it, David. Your first leg of your double down.
Yeah, didn't really have to sweat much, but that was a great ride by Pratt. Yeah. Getting this horse in position, didn't want to lead, but didn't want to be chasing a lone speed. So, yeah.
All right, only quickly, let's get out to Monmouth. It looks like they may have some rain going on at the moment.
It does appear that way.
And then we
taking off the turf.
Right. Right.
3 is a very fast horse with Paco aboard. I'm going to go with the 3 here at 3-1.
All right, they're going to the gate.
Oh, they're in the gate already in Monmouth?
Coming up.
Yep, and we've got Gulfstream oldies shortly thereafter, 3 minutes.
I like the 10. I like the 10 here at Monmouth.
3 minutes to Gulfstream, 3 minutes to Woodbine.
14 out of 23 in the money at the track, drops from 50 to 30. A matter of time. 9-year-old.
7 ran in the Haskell.
Charlie's Express goes in. Jersey Perfection. Alpha Company. 2-bag. Hoagie. In a matter of time to the outside post. Here's a matter of time. Coming up. Go again. We're ready to go.
Long Shot the 9 has some decent wet track form.
And flare off. Having to steady right after the start was Crafty Don. Alpha Company strides in front with Charlie's Express. These two 1-2. Crafty Don, after the bad break, is rushing up from last and takes the 3rd position going into the turn. Forever Chocolate racing inside of her. On the outside, Pogie is next in the race, passing a few runners to claim 4th. Jasper's Pride is racing in midfield. Irish Meadow, Jersey Perfection, they're next in a matter of time, is at the back of the field, 7 or 8 lengths behind a contentious pace. Charlie's Express is setting that pace. Charlie's Express, first time rounding today, and naturally is quickest, leads the way by a length. Long Shot Crafty Don right behind, chasing in second. Alpha Company backpedaling, losing the 3rd spot to Forever Chocolate, who slips through on the rail to claim that position. Jersey Perfection also moving, taking 4th. Alpha Company back in 5th, has lost a few spots Jasper's Pride and Pogie are side by side. They're 5 off the lead going into the turn as Alpha Company has completely dropped anchor. A matter of time taking the second last position. Irish Meadow is now the trailer as they round the far turn. Forever Chocolate has made an early move towards the lead here. Crafty Dawn attempting to battle back as well. Coming to the top of the lane, it's Forever Dawn with the lead, Crafty Dawn, and here comes Jasper's Pride kicking in a gear. Jasper's Pride ran in the Haskell last race. With the drop in class, he's taken the lead. Jasper's Pride, Forever Chocolate, stubborn from the inside second, still battling, but Jasper's Pride inching away with a 16th to go, and it's Jasper's Pride and Joe Martorres to win it by 2. Forever Chocolate was second, a matter of time, just got up for third.
Jasper's Pride.
Pick your poison here. What do you want, Woodbine or Gulfstream?
Let's go Woodbine.
Okay.
What does everybody think?
Woodbine. What are we up to? Race 7?
We're at race 7 at Woodbine.
Right. Okay.
5 horse at 19 to 1 is top pace and your long shot. I was playing with the ticket earlier where the system wanted to single this horse.
Woodbine is going to go off first. They're loading now.
So I'm going to just take a quick win play show shot on this 5 horse at 19 to 1.
The Woodbine? All right.
Yeah.
I'll get us out there.
Okay.
On a mission.
And we got a couple scratches there.
The gate will be opened if necessary here, and has been by starter Ian Ross for English Jubilee. Duval Street at 7 to 2 now. Just about in is English Jubilee. Secured from the front and the back, and the last to join will be Storms of Life as the track is cleared for the start.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. I don't
runners
have an opinion on this race, so I'm just going to be a spectator.
They're all in. Locked.
If I was going to use a long shot, I'd use the 11.
Start. No clear leader, perfect line. And coming for the early lead up in the center, Silent and Sinful with Varana. Deeper on the track, Princess Jade. And up the inside, Just Magnificent is racing handy with Princess on a Mission. They're out by 2 lengths to Scat Humor, Duval Street, English Jubilee. Back to second Lars, Good News Money. And the early trailer is Storms of Life. Just Magnificent over on the inside, allowing Princess on a Mission to go on by, and will settle in behind. A length to Silent and Sinful comes
if I knew I
on
was
the
only
inside as the leader got away. A length away, Varana, Scat Humor, Duval Street, and Princess Jade. 2 behind them, English Jubilee, Good News Money, and last Storms of Life. 23 flat the first quarter, hiking along here is Princess on a Mission. Leads by about 2.5 to Just Magnificent. Silent and Sinful are half away third. 1 to Varana's right handy. Over on the inside, Scat Humor from Duval Street. Good News Money, English Jubilee the center. Racing on their outside is Princess Jade, and last is Storms of Life. They run inside the 3/8, and the leader remains Princess on a Mission. Coming quickly, Just Magnificent to try and race up and tackle. A length away is Varana coming home well for the Josie Carroll barn. Silent and Sinful the inside, and Duval Street making ground. English Jubilee winding up, as is Storms of Life. Just Magnificent lays down the gauntlet to Princess on a Mission. On the inside, Silent and Sinful hooks to have a crack at both of them. Then Varana, English Jubilee up the inside. Just Magnificent tackled by English Jubilee coming. And Storms of Life right down the outside. Moving. Storms of Life.
I should have had an opinion. I said that's the long shot I was going to use.
Storms of Life and English Jubilee. Storms of Life narrowly from English Jubilee, and Just Magnificent third.
Sometimes speed handicapping is, maybe the speed handicapping is the route today. Yeah. Look at it for 5 minutes.
Gulfstream.
Excuses has gone forward. To the max, to the outside. 6 furlongs the trip. Starting leg of a late pick 5. Blue favored. Jesus Rios riding to the max. Locked in, ready for a start. And they're off. Blowing the start, Fastidious at the back. Good start at the rail for Noble and Magical, who heads off for the early lead, splitting horses and on to take over. Carambasso to the top. Carambasso, while under
It's a case
hold,
where
to
the
half the lead
pace
by
number
a quarter.
absolutely
Money
nailed
Love, who's tightened up
that
the racing
four
room in
getting to the
second.
lead, just having
Moving
more
up on the
natural
outside
speed.
to the max into the top flight. Alongside him is Excuses. Then back to the race.
Looks like Ellis, another stakes race up next
On
door.
the improve into fifth now. Moving up into sixth goes Fastidious. Then it's Ruiz Jr. Out the back is going to pick Dominic as they round the far turn. Up front, Carambasso by a length and a half. Noble and Magical second. Lou improves with an inside lane. He's up into a joint third, well tightened up for racing room. Outside to the max. In between,
lots of even money horses
these
with
top horses
Gulfstream today.
continue to spar well in advance of the others, led by Money Love and Ruiz Jr. and they're at the top.
Yeah,
of the
but this
stretch.
one's not going to
They're
win.
at the half and 46 and 4, and they're on their way home. Carambasso tries to put the finishing touches on this one. He leads by 3. At the rail, it's Lou into second, down the center into the max with Excuses. Through the final furlong, Carambasso, he broke sharply, and he'll parlay that to a gate-to-wire win. He's 7-5. He's Carambasso, and he's in front for Dave Fawkes by 3 in the end. Second, Lou. Third, to the max.
You got 2 chalks in the exacta at Gulfstream Park.
We sure did. All right, Oldie, take him out to Ellis.
Ellis Park,
And it's
the
Park.
7 horse, is your favorite right now. 70 GSR, winner of maiden special weight for Brissett, as a 4-star work, July 21st. Some big works here by Hardspun. You have a Saffy horse that has shown some class, needs to be on or near the lead. And the distance is a question, I think, for this horse. But, if this horse gets the distance, 6-1 is a pretty square price there. And then Cameo Performance, the 8 for Walsh, is getting bet as well. But for me, I'm going to take a shot on the 2 here at 5-1.
Nabrumar at 5-1. Okay. I don't have
Again,
the
the distance is a
video.
question.
Are they loading in yet?
I'm trying to look right now.
Oh, yeah, he comes out of a Monmouth race there.
Yeah, so we're at 3 minutes to post.
Oh, okay, plenty of time to
And
take a look.
I'm going to say they're more like 7 minutes to post right now,
Okay.
based on what I'm seeing out there. There's
All right.
one horse circling around the paddock. The rest of them haven't even been saddled up yet.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, we could take a look at an Emerald race in the meantime, Chris, if you want. Because that goes off in 6 minutes. And we don't have a Saratoga race. The Saratoga race goes off in 29. So, okay. But it looks like we have a big gap right now after this Ellis race. Unless there's a Laurel race or something like that that I'm missing. Nope, Laurel's done for the day. But, all right, so they're on the track now, finally. One horse, beautiful horse. It's pretty hot there, so I think it's actually a positive that we see these horses a little wet here.
Right. Yeah, it is August, so it is a little more normal to have a washed out horse or a certain extent. Too washy, not good. But
what did you like here at Ellis?
Yeah, I think after looking at it, I did look at it a little this morning. I think I would use the 1. I mean, this horse, the good, it's good turf, right? They're labeling it.
Yeah.
I mean, the only good surface this horse had competed on was in the Transylvania. So that is a good race. And I'm looking at the last over at Ellis Park. This horse won Yeah. I think I'd be on the one horse here. Yeah, I might even place a small at 5-1. Looking at some of the other horses, I have no green light. I lost on that horse last time out, I believe. Had it singled. That horse is not that's not no lock. That horse is going to be very tough. So I might back it up with a 7-1 exacta. But yeah, I think I'm on the one, the EE long shot, Oscar's World. A little intriguing for me here.
Are you at all concerned, because I now am when I'm looking at the race sim, as to the early pace here with the 1, 3, 2, and 7?
Yeah. That's one issue here that I would have some concern with. Let me just see something. Yeah, actually, I would hope that the one wouldn't be on the lead and be stalking. That, to me, that would be a better trip. But from the rail post, that is concerned. I would much rather have Oscar's World with an outside post. If it's switched with Cameo Performance, I like Oscar's World even better. But yeah, that is a concern. Absolutely. That's why I'm limiting my wager. It's more of between an entertainment play and a major wager play. So I'll make it
a wager play. All right.
Yeah, it's closer to an entertainment play, but it's a good race. I will play.
Thinking about getting to the gate.
And I'm thinking maybe you take a shot on the 4 or the 5 here. The 4 almost got home in the Kent. It was right there. Mm-hmm. Granted longer distance. Or and the 5 lost the rider at the start in that race, but has a win over 9 furlongs and can close, and you're getting 10-1. So I'm gonna go with the 5 here at now 9-1, and see if I can get that horse home with all the speed here.
Yeah, the 4 at coming from Delaware and being only 1 for 9 lifetime, it's a horse I would pass on. And the 5 comes out of I mean, you can throw that race right out, obviously. But yeah, no, I'm still on Oscar's World. Oscar's World's for me here. So I like the price, 6-1.
They're still running around here. Chris, you like anything here?
No, I haven't looked at Ellis at all. Most of my wagering dollars are probably going to go to Del Mar tonight.
Do they start again at 7 p.m. Eastern?
2 p.m. first post time on the weekends.
Oh, okay. Yep.
5
so
o'clock.
that's
5 o'clock. 7 o'clock start is on Fridays.
On Fridays, yeah, that's what I thought.
And I did email you the Del Mar sheet, so take a look at that.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Noah has been really good. He had a nice $13.80 winner last night. So,
okay.
Well, and we do have a couple. I have not checked the scratches yet, but we do have a couple horses weekend preview horses there. We have the 1 in race 3, which we've done good with horses with the number 1 today. The 8 Wendelson in, not Hunter Wendelstadt, but Wendelson in Del Mar race 8, the 3 horse, and we have Del Mar race 10, Adair Manor. That one we had a disagreement on, but the Adair Manor for Baffert, the 2 horse in race 10.
Adair Manor, yes, I do know Adair Manor. I know her quite well. I tried to beat her last time at Santa Anita with coffee in bed. We were in a decent session.
And I want Pretty Mischievous to try to beat her there.
So there was the umpire reference for all those that may have watched the weekend preview show. You know what to do.
And for those who didn't, if you tweet at Chris, what's your Twitter?
It's right there on the screen.
Okay. If you tweet at Chris Walsh, that umpire reference, you could win a free book A Better Way of Thinking. Chris, do you have the book to put up?
I do. The book is right here. You weren't supposed to give it away, Oldie.
Oh, well, we want our new viewers to have a chance at that as well. And
Yeah.
please hit the like and subscribe, folks, if you're new to the show here. Because we do this every week with live racing, handicapping, umpire references, airplane references.
Okay. You guys do the show at 9:15. I have to tell you, I'm usually in bed by 9:30, 10 o'clock. So I'll have to make sure that I stay up maybe one of the next couple Thursdays coming up. Usually at that time, in the evenings, I'm prepping for our Road to the NHC shows. And then I'm like, all right, I'm starting to nod out here. But I will definitely, I try to listen Friday morning when I can to the replay as I'm going through my picks. But yeah, the only thing, you don't think with the Clement Hirsch and Pretty Mischievous shipping out, it's interesting that Brennan Walsh decides to ship all the way to Delaware and not stay in Saratoga and wait for Travers Day for was it the day after the Travers or the Gopher Wand?
The last 2 days.
Yeah, it's a very interesting move.
I think he may want to get Pretty Mischievous away from blank on the name of the horse that keeps beating her.
And there they go in the third running of the Kentucky Downs Preview Nashville Derby. A good start for all. And Oscar's World attends the pace. Not much pace on in the initial strides. Also up close, Abrumar and Beyond Stoked. And here's Green Light on top of the action.
No one wants to lead. Just gun that one into it.
With Domingo and Cameo Performance.
Well, let's see how much pace is on when they actually put the time up here.
Pace on, and it's Oscar's World at Abrumar, 1-2 through the early stages. From the inside is El Matador, Beyond Stokes in the clear. Domingo gets to save ground.
It's pretty cool.
Green Light's in no hurry, a little less than 3.5 off the pace, and he's about 2.5.
I did not think my 5 would be that close to this pace.
Continue to crawl to the backstretch run. Abrumar has the advantage from Oscar's World. Beyond Stokes wants to go. He's 3 wide in the clear. Domingo's outside of El Matador. Green Light runs with them in the clear 3 deep. And Cameo Performance is content to bide his time at that back marker. And he's a little less than 5 lengths from Abrumar and Oscar's World. So it's Abrumar who still has the lead. Oscar's World is right there beyond Stoked in the clear. El Matador continues to save ground. Green Light's asked for his run heading into the turn. He will have to cover more ground. Domingo's from his inside. Cameo Performance now a good 6 lengths off the lead. Abrumar and Oscar's World remain 1-2. Beyond Stoked is 3 deep, and Green Light's beginning his bid 4 wide. Here comes Cameo Performance starting to gear up from that back marker as they bunch up. Abrumar, Oscar's World,
stuck with my
Green Light covering a ton of ground. Then Beyond Stoked, Cameo Performance committed to a wide run. He's closing in. Also there, El Matador, many chances. Abrumar and Oscar's World. Abrumar has the lead. Green Light's coming through. Cameo Performance. Here comes Cameo Performance in the center of the course. And Cameo Performance is taking off. And it's Cameo Performance to win the third running of the Kentucky Downs Preview Net.
Yeah, it's a long title there, Tony. Looks like Cincy Radiohead is our winner, Oldie.
All right.
All right. Where are we going?
We got a gold badge at Colonial. 32%, 7% positive ROI on the 3-horse Otago. Colonial in their downs.
The 3-horse.
The 3-horse, currently at 4-1.
Gold, huh, Oldie?
Gold badge.
Yeah.
32% of the time these horses win at a 7% positive ROI.
Currently at 9-2. Cincy, DM me your address and your mailing address with your name.
Cincy's been a contest winner before, I believe. Actually, not a contest winner, but he asked Scotty for to give him a free subscription, and Scotty gave it to him.
Yep.
Nice.
Long time viewer of the show and good guy all around.
All right. Let's see how up to 5-1 now on that gold Forge. Okay, we're getting to the gate here. Here we go.
Colonial Downs. Okay. Is it Colonial Downs?
Yep. More turf.
9's a little rambunctious.
Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Throwing the head at the start a little bit was Colonial, who came away last. Grateful Bread came away first, goes after the early advantage. My Sea Cottage toward the inside has some speed, and those two going to head into the first turn as one. 3 of them in a line just in behind them. Con Man, Script between horses, and a 3 wide. Bring Me a Check. Just in behind them, it's breaking 2 more back to Otago. Jungle Beast, they're together 6th and 7th, and at the back early on is Colomio after the awkward start at the trailer. My Sea Cottage, Antonio Gallardo are the leaders. They defy a length as they work on to the back stretch. In the second spot, Grateful Bread, Con Man down toward the inside. Bring Me a Check is out wide and 4th. Between them, Script 5th, but only 3.5 off the top. Breaking 2 more back to Otago. Jungle Beast, and still at the back is Colomio. They continue their backstretch journey after a 23 and 4 opening quarter mile. My Sea Cottage with just over a half mile left to go. Leads it by a length to Grateful Bread. Con Man continues down on the inside 3rd. Bring Me a Check 4th out wide. Script is in and amongst horses 5th. Still 3.5, 4 off the top after a 47 and 3 opening half mile. My Sea Cottage takes them past the 3/8 pole. The lead to 3/4 of a length now. Grateful Bread sent after that one from second. Here comes Bring Me a Check moving out 3 deep. Con Man still behind horses. Script is 5th right now. Still about 4 off the top and being pushed along as they come to the top of the stretch. My Sea Cottage is the leader. It's My Sea Cottage off the turn by a half a length now. On the outside, Grateful Bread. Been hounding that one for a while, but My Sea Cottage still just in front. Grateful Bread, Bring Me a Check. Script now trying to get going with Otago, who's coming in between runners, and Con Man down toward the inside. Wild finish coming up here. Here comes Bring Me a Check. My Sea Cottage. Otago right down the outside. Bring Me a Check and Otago.
Oh.
Otago at 5-1. Going to go on to win it here. Bring Me a Check.
Gold badge. That's why it's a positive ROI play there. 5-1.
Yeah.
So I was just mentioning about my opinion that Pretty Mischievous. It's very interesting that Brendan Walsh decides to ship out there. I see Rodney. Rodney, hello. Breeders' Cup is at Del Mar, so why not get a race of the track? I'm not convinced that Pretty Mischievous is a Breeders' Cup distaff contender. I mean, she didn't run last year. She couldn't win the cotillion. She won the test after Maple Leaf Mel broke down. Barely, I don't see her as a 1.8 horse, and she's going to face randomized and idiomatic again. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way. To me, this horse is a better miler, 1.16, 7 furlongs to 1.16. So just my opinion. I would avoid.
Maybe if you add Torpedo Anna into that.
Yeah, exactly.
So you potentially get the pace set up for that horse. So
yeah, I'm still not convinced that Pretty Mischievous wants to go that far, even with a pace.
I agree with you. I mean, I'm not going to argue with you at all on that, but
today could be a good spot. Today could be the spot. Maybe the 8-1. Mm-hmm.
Aldi, Monmouth is going to go off first, but if you want to talk about this Gulfstream pick 4, we can do that and then head over to Monmouth and then circle back to.
Yeah. I mean, this is just a quick throw together pick 4. I added in leg 2 from the 4 horse who's 5%, but is your top pick here. Figured that was worth a shot at a horse with 12-1 morning line there. And then this race I added the 4, who's the top pace square there. There is other pace here, but it is 5.5 furlongs. Maybe this horse gets away and is the speed of the speed here. And the 1 breaking, which it's a little tougher to break on the rail on the synthetic than it is at on the dirt at Gulfstream. So maybe you get an easier lead than we imagine here. And at that price, it's worth a shot. And then I'm closing in the stakes race, the Bears Den Stakes with the 2 horse Prevent and the 4-horse Grand Mo the First. And we'll see if Grand Mo the First is good enough to get home there.
Grand Mo the First. No bad horse.
I will say if I had to add another horse, it would not be the 5 Salvatore Prince. It would be the 7 Quester. And for this race here, you do have a 1-to-1 shot here in Majestic Valenzuela. Easy for me to say. For Victor and his Barbosa. You know, this horse might need a little bit of a pace setup, though. Did win at 7.5 on the turf here, has a good GSR. But the 4 does look like it has a nice GSR for Safi, has been facing similar or better, almost got home against 64s on the synthetic, goes to the turf here. I think this horse is probably pretty dangerous in the Miss Gracie.
Okie doke. David, any thoughts?
Not at Gulfstream, no. But at Monmouth, I do. I'm going to. I have some interest in the 1-horse Ronstadt. I'm not a big. Well, I used to like Linda Ronstadt, but I heard so many of her songs. After a while, I'm like, okay. But if you go 3 back, that race off the claim had the inside post and rallied. The pace was that swift, and this horse, I mean, on its best day, and it's taking money at 6-1 at the price. It seems like that last race was maybe a little bit tougher. This may be a better spot for her. And so let's give a shot with Ronstadt at 6-1.
Oldie, you want to flip over to Monmouth?
Sure.
And then I'm going to go back to Monmouth.
So Concealed Carry was my long shot of long shots.
Okay.
For the weekend preview. Big pace advantage. I think this horse can get home here. Has wins over dirt, wins over synthetic. GSR is really not that much different. And you have almost a 35-point pace advantage here. And 9-5 on the morning line.
Right, but never won on the turf, right?
Right. But has won on every other surface, so I don't think this horse is necessarily surface compromised.
Okay. And the barn is pretty hot.
Yes.
All right, well, maybe that would be a good exacta. Let me throw a small exact in for 1-3. So
yeah.
Why not?
David, have you played the contest jockey new contest?
No, I'm not familiar with it.
Go to contestjockey.com. It's free. They're doing it for free right now. They're actually giving away for first place an entry into a contest next week for real money. You get a $2,400 mythical balance, and you have to. The minimums are $200 for the first 2 races, $400 for the second 2 races, and $600 for the last 2 races. You can go all in at any time.
Oh, sounds like my cup of tea.
Yeah.
Who sponsors this?
It is being sponsored by In the Money Media.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So go check that out. It starts at 7:00 tonight. All the Del Mar races.
Oh, okay. Old number.
Chris Couples and that group about sponsoring.
Pete Fornatell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that might be.
So check it out. They've been doing it for a few weeks. It's free. It's kind of fun to do, a little different format. Going to have to go all in a few times in order to win. So let's get out to Monmouth as they are getting ready to load, and then we'll get out to Gulfstream. Contestjockey.com.
Yeah. So just as a point aside, as I'm going through Matt's book and I'm looking, he's talking about PTF. Then I have to keep thinking, who's PTF again? And I'm like, oh, geez, Pete. Yeah. And as a matter of fact, I'm a New York guy. So his father, Pete Fornatel, was on WNEW, which was a classic rock station back in the day. I was a loyal listener back in the day. And I remember first time I met Pete in Vegas, we had a nice chat about music.
Magical Marriage, Post 6.
Yeah, Matt, he was an editor on the book as well.
Yeah.
Golden
book is great, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. Yeah, I haven't read it in a couple of days because I'm back to. I was in the Adirondacks, perfect place with a book by the, relaxing after the track. But I'm gonna get back into it tonight a little bit.
If you're new and enjoying the show, please like and subscribe so you can be notified of our future shows like this, because we do these live racing shows every week.
How we get? We're ready to go.
All right, good luck.
And Lyra. A little bit of a tardy break from Hoku at the back of the pack early on. Concealed Carry on the lead today with Starstruck Notion. Magical Marriage easing off the pace is running in the third position. Golden Purchase is next right behind Mount Sirabachi. Ronstadt down at the rail. Hoku alongside.
Obviously not carrying
Concealed. 1 lap to go. Not a fast pace here set by
obviously didn't get the point that
who has the lead.
That it needed the lead.
Tips out into the clear and takes the second spot going into the clubhouse.
Because was not ridden that
Concealed
way.
Carry third down on the inside in a pocket. Then comes Golden Purchase. Ronstadt to the inside, claiming the 5th position. And Mount Sirabachi is next. Hoku down on the inside towards the back. Just 5 lengths off the lead. They are crawling on the front end. Starstruck.
It's not good for Ronstadt.
4 to 5.
Linda has no speed.
Lead on the second choice in the
Not at
wager.
her age.
Marriage. The 2 pack party entrance. 1-2 down the backstretch. A length and a half back to Concealed Carry down on the rail. Mount Sirabachi is 3 wide. Ronstadt in the middle of that pair. Another 2 to Golden Purchase now in the second last position. And Hoku is at the rear, has no pace to chase as they approach the forward turn run. Starstruck Notion got everything his own way on the lead and hits the turn a length and a half in front. Magical Marriage shown more rain to get after that front.
And what a
runner.
surprise the
Mount
horse that needs the
Sirabachi
lead
shake it up. Concealed
is
Carry
going
down
backwards.
on the inside 4th.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe he
Asked
has
for
a
more
little
4
horse.
behind as they come to the top of the lane. Starstruck Notion. Sam Welmarin looks like he's riding this guy confidently here as Starstruck Notion opened up the lead.
No kidding. They handed him. They handed this horse the race totally. Not a pace for anybody.
It's a 1-horse race, and that 1 horse is Starstruck Notion. Starstruck Notion with a 10-star performance today runs away.
Oldie, that's what when you let the horse get away 25 and 50. I mean.
Yeah, what are you going to do at that point when the jockey doesn't realize that he needs to be on the lead on a horse that it doesn't take a genius to look at the past performances and see that horse needs to be on the lead.
Right. The only chance the horse had was to be on the lead from the rail, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean,
puzzling.
Yeah.
Small body, small brain.
I'm not the guy to knock jockeys, but I'll say that's dubious at best.
Yeah. 4 minutes to Saratoga, 4-horse race coming up.
But then I had somebody at the track last week, and he says, "Hey, you don't know what the owner or the trainer is telling the jockey. He may have told the jockey that, hey, I don't want the lead. I want you to stalk. I want you to hold a position and stay close to the pace." Just following the rules, but most good jockeys will listen to the trainer and go, "Oh yeah, sure, I got you." Mm-hmm. And I have no chance to win on that race. I'm gunning.
When Jerry Bailey rode Arcong in the Breeders' Cup, he was hitting it in French, so he just did what he wanted. It worked out.
What the hell was he saying?
Carrington gets away on the outside. Down at the rail, Majestic Venezuela, well situated early for
99 to 1.
Saving ground. Then it's Mi Amore. Down at the rail goes Catholica. In between horses is Show Off.
What do you got here, Oldie? What are your...
My pick 4, I'd love the 4 to go gate to wire here.
Hey, wire him.
She's well spotted to the leader while racing in third. In between horses, Mia Moray, then Carrington, who stuck out 3 wide. At the rail, Catholico races a neck in front of Show
So the
Off.
6 would be nice too.
Cha-Cha 3 wide.
Or the
And
7.
the trailer is Chi-Chi. They make their way down the backstretch and slacken the pace mid-race. Mojave Desert tries to catch a mid-race breather. She leads by half a length. Candy Gray is second. At the rail, it's Majestic Venezuela third. The half was 47 and 3. From fourth, it's Mia Moray. In between horses,
Quick but
Show
not
Off, 3 wide.
super
Carrington,
fast for a
Catholic
mile.
is at the rail. Lady Cha-Cha with traffic
No.
issues, and the trailer is Chi-Chi. Around the far turn they go. It's Mojave Desert by a
Number
head.
5.
Candy Gray up alongside.
I do
second,
not,
looking
but
to
I have
hook
the
to
6 and the
outside.
2.
It's Majestic Venezuela into third. Underway from the back. Here's Lady Cha-Cha circling 5 wide. Show Off tries to follow somebody, and they're at the top of the stretch. From between horses, it's Candy Gray. Outside Majestic Venezuela. Inside Mojave Desert.
It's going to be the favorite.
Square off
Yeah.
with Show Off and on running fourth. They come past the 16th pole. Majestic Venezuela, beautifully handled by Amisael Jaramillo, and she'll win the Miss Gracie. Candy Gray was second. It's closer for third. I think it's Mojave Desert in 134 flat.
10 minutes to Del Mar race 1.
Okay.
I believe we had a request to look at Del Mar race 2.
We did.
Okay.
We're like a radio station. We do take requests.
Did
As long as-
somebody have a horse here at Del Mar as well? I think there was something in the chat about a horse here. Tell not in this race, but that there was something about why isn't the 4, who's 28%, and a horse to watch, one of the EE picks? That's what I think Rodney was asking.
Our Saratoga's getting close.
Are we getting close at Saratoga?
Yeah. What do we got? 1 minute to post in their circling. They're probably going to be pretty much on time. They have to adhere to the Fox television schedule for the Whitney today.
Well, the next race is canceled, so they've got.
Oh, that's right. Thanks. Yep. All right. So I am alive within the double with the 3-horse Swiftsure, who I think on a muddy track and likes this track, has won on this track before, has to deal with the 10 who's other speed. But I think the game plan here is to get the 3 just gunning and go right to the lead. We'll see. Let me just take another look at this. Now, I'm not giving you much. It's a 4-horse field, right? So there's not too many other options. But I figured the double, what's the double coming back? $10?
Do you think the 10 needs a lead here, David?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Do you think the 10 needs the lead here?
No. I think the 10 can rate off the 3. And I think, with Kendrick Carmouche, he's gunning. So he'll be on a lead as long as he will be, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, I think I might be able to hit the super here on this one.
Yeah. You gonna box it?
Box it.
All right, Oldie. I'm going to leave the sound on for Saratoga with you.
Okay.
I'm going to sure my stuff doesn't blow away, and then you can get back to Del Mar.
Horses have reached the starting gate for the Phasic-Tipton Lure.
Where the hell is my bet pad? What's going on? Oh, tote board. Okay, there it is. Little piece. The dollar double is $12.6. It's $24 double. I go in the $2 denomination. Yeah, I'll take that.
Johnny's Fireball.
Good luck, everybody, in the 4-horse field. Swiftsure, wire to wire.
Oldie, you're on mute. Just FYI.
Film Star walking
I was
up
busy coughing.
to complete the line.
Which I'm about to do again.
And they're up in the Phasic-Tipton Lure. And it's a quick start for both Swiftsure and Film Star. Those two speed clear by 3 over Johnny's Fireball and Pioneering Spirit 2x2 going out to the backstretch, and it's Swift Sure leading the way. Has it now by just under a length. Film Star is comfortably placed outside of him, backs off just a touch, and then it's another 4 lengths back to Johnny's Fireball, 5 to Pioneering Spirit. The opening quarter went in 23.
Trey, we can't show the race.
Swift Sure takes him toward the half-mile pole.
NYRA does not allow us to.
Star right off his flank and under a nice hold too. Another 3 back to Johnny's Fireball, who's 4 in front of Pioneering Spirit. Swift Sure, just a neck. Film Star starting to turn up the pressure now, though. There he goes. Film Star has taken the lead through a half in 46 and 4/5 seconds. Film Star in front. Swift Sure trying to stay close, but he's now a length behind.
Cut that corner, come back. Nope, he's done.
Absolutely nothing in the meantime. Pioneering Spirit has surfaced as they come through mid-stretch. Film Star spurts clear by 4. Pioneering Spirit has moved into second, and Swift Sure is third. A 16th to run, and Film Star was a winner every step of the way.
Makes sense.
Coaxed along.
Well, I went for the $24 double, and you got the $2.70. I'm sorry, the $12 double for $1, and we got the $2.70 double instead. So I'm never going to play that.
I'm trying to put together a pick 5 here. I'm probably.
We got 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm. Trying to put together a ticket at Delmar, yeah. And I mean, I think you potentially could single the first-time starter for Yakteen here on the turf. I mean, you're taking a chance there, but there's not a lot of other well-bred turf horses here. I mean, the other one's is 2 for Hess. Yeah. It does have some nice works. Didn't run a lick first time out. So if I don't think Valvidia is going to get away, I might do something like this.
Yeah, this is, you got a 2-year-olds going a mile on a turf. This is usually a race that I would watch. Yeah, I don't really have an opinion here.
And this is probably something I'm debating whether I want to skip this race altogether and just play the pick 4.
It becomes sometimes, I hear you. It becomes like almost a guessing game, which horses are going to be ready which horse is going to handle the turf. You can go by breeding and GSR and everything, but I prefer a race with a little more form. I don't think I can make heads or tails of this first race.
Let's look at the dam side on this. I mean, the dam on the 2 was a Chad Brown horse. It's all turf on that side. I just might play a pick 3 here, the 1, 2, 8, 2, 3, 4 to the 1, and forego the pick 5 altogether.
Right.
At Delmar, we're to post to Delmar 3 minutes. I'm sorry. I do think you could potentially, because a lot of times 2-year-olds don't pass anybody. You potentially, if that 1 with Valvidia, if it's as fast as the pace number thinks, it could potentially get away.
Right. Who do you like in the 3rd at Delmar?
I like the 1 horse. That's a weekend preview horse there.
Right. That is known idea. Yeah. I don't know. The last 2 starts, this horse was favored, and wasn't able to get the job done. Even the race at the second start at 4 to 5, this horse barely held on. That I don't like to see. But looking at the race now, it's a drop down from 50 to 20, right? So I can't get much lower. So I guess this is probably a better spot than those other races.
I mean, that the other horse that maybe could show something is the 5, but this is not a great field in general. The 5 and the 6 would be the other two that at least look a little interesting.
Drama was 1 for 21.
I mean the 2 is 0 for 10 at the distance.
Yeah, how about Rhino? Did you look at the 7 Rhino a bit? I'm not.
No, race is starting again.
The breeding is not, to me, it shows turf, but this horse has always been on the board on the turf every race.
So that horse is scratched.
Oh, Rhino's out, the 7?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Yeah, this first I'm just gonna give a nice watch here.
There's a weather delay at Colonial Downs.
I think they had one there yesterday, right? Or power failure?
Yeah, power failure yesterday.
Caitlin Fever, one of the first ones to come up. Hey Little Lady going at Global Consort is it.
Again, can't show
Now we can't show Del Mar either, correct?
Unfortunately, no.
Hey Little Lady goes forward. Thirsty Destiny in the white comes up.
Write your congressman.
Jack's Magic Girl goes at.
Hold it. I thought you have an in with Nancy Pelosi, Chris. Is that what I heard?
I didn't know.
Or the governor. That you don't?
Sea Runner comes forward.
Okay. Let's see here. And that's as much I'm going to talk about politics. I didn't mention politics. I just mentioned political figures.
Going up.
You made a joke. It's okay. It wasn't related to any any
political opinions. Yes, trying to avoid that.
Way they go. All came out smoothly. Hey Little Lady broke well, so did Global Consort. Running up alongside of them is Caitlin Fever in the black cap, now going on to lead them. Then comes Sea Runner, Jack's Magic Girl tucking in behind them. The pace solid early on. Rappy down the outside of that, only 5 lengths off these leaders. Then we come back to Apocalyptic racing back third last. At the rear comes Lady Lollipop and Thirsty Destiny. 8 lengths covers them all. They hit past the 3/4 pole and Global Consort now just at a steady pace, leads at 3 parts of a length. Here's Caitlin Fever now tugging on the outside, cutting into that lead. Then we come back to Hey Little Lady. Sea Runner is in the 4th on the outside, only 3.5 off the leaders, then Rapida. Behind that comes Jack's Magic Girl in the blue. Lady Lollipop towards the rear with Apocalyptic last of the early group, and last of all is Thirsty Destiny. Less than a half mile to go, and Global Consort goes on for home. Caitlin Fever goes with her in second. Hey Little Lady right there in third. Here's Sea Runner between runners, only 3 lengths off the leaders. Rapida on the outside in with a shot too, and then Jack's Magic Girl. They come to the top of the lane, and Caitlin Fever goes looking for the lead. Global Consort at the rail. Hey Little Lady is right there in third. Sea Runner on the grandstand side coming with her run. Magic Girl in the white cap. Jack's Magic Girl now takes off the last 1/8 of a mile. And Jack's Magic Girl and Hector Berrios from here on in. It's just a matter of how far. Jack's Magic Girl. Caitlin Fever was second.
Hector Berrios rides the turf so well at Delaware.
Is that Aldi? Is that the horse you were going to single, the 7?
No.
Right.
Okay. No, I'm not going to take credit for that one. Got 4 minutes to Emerald Downs race 2.
Yeah, it's small field.
All right. Because otherwise we're 13 minutes, 9 minutes to Monmouth and 13 minutes to Gulfstream. So
I know Tony was asking about a Saratoga pick 3. I know they're 39 minutes out, but you could burn a little time there, and then we can get over to Monmouth.
All right. Well,
he keeps asking. We're getting to it right now, Tony.
All right, Tony, who do you like?
Yes, who do you like, Tony?
So,
hold on, Oldie. Cincy, that's for quarter horses. And at Low South, the times are now showing for quarter horses, and the 1,000-yard races are considered mixed breed, even though you don't get a lot of quarter horses in there. So go ahead, Oldie.
All right, so for me, I really thought this race goes through National Treasure. He's beaten most of these horses already and beaten them pretty handily. First Mission isn't getting bat, was beaten pretty handily by National Treasure previously. I think the only one we really don't know about is Skippy, but Skippy has really been more of a grade 2, grade 3 type horse throughout his career, and has cleaned up on those, which is great. But I just am struggling to find a horse who wins here outside of National Treasure. Maybe Bright Future for Pletcher and Castellano. What do you think here, David?
Okay, here I'm going to be a doubter here. Okay, a National Treasure doubter. Okay, let me just give you a little background, because this race is right up my alley. This is, I love these races. Last year, I was under the impression that National Treasure was more suited to be a one-turn mile closer than going a distance. That led me, the reason I concluded that is the Preakness was the only race that this horse won on the lead and just barely held on, but had everything its own way, right? And just barely held off Blazing Sevens. So they continued on the Triple Crown Trail, going to the Belmont, which the horse packed it in after, at the top of the stretch. Then went to the Travers, really never got the lead. And to me, this horse is not a mile and a quarter horse. Went to the Austin again, not much, just ran kind of evenly. And when this horse when Baffert decided to enter National Treasure in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, I loved that cutback. I was all over National Treasure that day. Actually, Scotty and I did a show the night before, and I said, I'm on National Treasure. I think this horse is looking for a mile, not a mile and an eighth, not a mile and a quarter. And that was the only horse that could beat Cody's Way, and you saw the results. That was by far National Treasure's best race to date. Okay, turn the page, go to the Pegasus, where this horse impressed me. Basically, stalked the pace for the first time, did take the lead, but barely held off Senior Buscador, right? Now, Senior Buscador is a good grade 1 horse, right? Grade 1, so no problem with that. But it concerns me that this horse had the lead coming down the stretch and barely hung on going a mile and an eighth. I think that tells something. Go back to the Met Mile. That's your distance, a mile. Just toyed with the field and post time plugged up for a second. So I'm looking to try to beat this horse. Obviously, if you're playing pick threes, I'm going to include National Treasure. But I'm going to, especially with the track being off, I'm looking for an alternative. And there's a couple horses I would use here. I was on Disarm in the Stephen Foster, but the 2 races since the layoff have not impressed me. But I will not let that horse beat me, so I will probably throw Disarm into a pick 3. The 2 horses I'm trying to get to win, and with win bets, are the 1 post time, who is 2 for 2 on a wet track. Okay, this horse runs every time out, and basically was against the grain of the track in the Met Mile. Now this horse ran at a grade 1, the Met Mile against National Treasure, and closed. Just barely got up to beat Hoist of Gold, but that was such a speed favoring track that to me, post time was disadvantaged based on that bias. I like the steady work. I like to work on July 20th. As this horse is a frosted I believe if this horse, I love the rail. I think this horse can get a cozy trip here, and with enough pace up front, I think this horse is going to be, has a real good chance to hit the board. And at that price, I'm all over this horse. So the question obviously is the distance. This horse first try at the distance, but I think the off track moves this horse up. And the only other horse I wanted to mention is Bright Future. This horse is the last 4 or 5 races. The worst race was the Breeders' Cup Classic, where it had the 10 post. I mean, you can throw that race out. Comeback race at Monmouth, nothing wrong with that. The horse was pretty impressive. 2 for 2 at Saratoga. So I'm going to use in the pick threes the 1, 2, 3, and 9, and the win bets on the 1 and the 9, and play. This arm I'm fading a little bit, but I won't let that horse beat me in picks because I was on that horse the last time, but I don't think the horse is in the same form. So that sums up for me.
Okay, perfect. Oldie, flip back over to Monmouth. We got them going off here.
And then I want to talk a little bit about why I disagree with David on his assessment on National Treasure as well.
Okay, bring it on.
We got 35 minutes to get there, but let's cover this Monmouth race, and then we've got Gulfstream coming up right after that.
Torpedo Run, second time Chad Brown. You don't see a lot of Chad Brown entered horses that are running in maiden claimers, where his first entry with them was entering them in maiden claimers. This horse has been off as well was off for almost 2 years from the sick, going from Saffy to Chad. So I'd be wary of 5 to 2 on a horse like that, even with the Chad Brown name. So for me, I want to toss that horse here, the 6 Torpedo Run. And, I want to look at somebody like the 4, who's lightly raced, hasn't really shown anything, but lightly raced. Maybe the 3 for Seri Jr. as well. Gets Camacho Jr. So you got regular Camacho, not Camacho Jr. there. So, and maybe as a long shot, you look at the 5, who's lightly raced as well. Again, it hasn't shown anything. Is by Gervin that the efforts haven't met the works yet here. So maybe this horse is sitting on something, and at a price at 9 to 1, it's a horse I'm interested in.
Oldie, I agree with you on the 6. I wouldn't want no part of Torpedo Run. Chad Brown doesn't want claimers. His second string is at Monmouth. He drops from 40 to 25. I heard this horse, I don't know if you watched the post breed, instead of the saddlecloth, they've got a for sale sign on it. Best 25,000 or see me after the race. This is a race that's not much here. I mean, if I was going to give a shot, what the hell, I'd probably use the 5 horse second off a layoff of Gervin, who's, bred for dirt, and it hasn't lifted a hoof, but had a good working on June 12th. I don't know. Maybe this will also wake up a bit. So I wouldn't bet the mortgage money on the 5, but I think that horse has got a shot here that I'd be interested in a little bit at 11 to 1.
All right, they're getting closer to the gate, and then we'll get over to Gulfstream.
All right.
Who's your top pick here, Oldie?
I'm going to go with I'm torn between the 4 and the 5. I think they both have big shots here. I'm going to go the 5. Actually, I'm going to go the 4. Watch me be wrong. Second time dirt. I think could get the lead here if the 6 isn't as fast as it used to be. And I think the 4 may need the lead. So.
They're calling the track fast and sealed, but it looks like almost on the good to muddy, no? It seems there's water behind the gate there. That doesn't look like a fast track to me.
No, it does not look all that fast.
Then I have a friend who's a horse player who says, "Oh yeah, it's fast." He says, "But it's wet and fast." I'm like, "Come on, the wet and fast. It's fast." Basically, he's like, "Oh no, the times are faster than normal." I'm like, "That's BS." To me, it's either fast, good, muddy, sloppy, right?
Well, and when you think about that too, my question would be, if somebody said that to me, would be, well, is exaggerator running on it then? Because that's pretty much the only time where it can be fast and sloppy. Since we ran the same numbers on both wet and dry tracks.
Right. There's water on it, but it's fast.
Yes.
How about dry? Dry, good, muddy, sloppy. Ford did get the lead.
Going into the turn, Quismer with a head in front. Portis holds the inside spot, pretty aggressive to come up and challenge the pace setter Quismer, who leads a half length from Portis. Torpedo Run right off them. He's taking the second spot, a half length off of Quismer, approaching the backstretch. Longest stride and fourth. He's 3 lengths off the pace, 2 lengths back to Just Be Honest at the rear. Exclusive Dancer alongside of him. So they're down the backstretch. They've sorted themselves out. And Torpedo Run takes a hold of the bit and strides level with Quismer. Torpedo Run, in fact, with a head in front. Quismer to the inside. Portis is eased off, gets outside, and is now third, a length and a half off the top pair. Another 2 to Longest Stride, 2 lengths more to Exclusive Dancer. And Just Be Honest is dropped out as they go into the forward turn. Torpedo Run and Quismer side by side with Portis creeping in ominously third. Torpedo Run with a head lead. Quismer on the inside, shown more rain right there, sticking to him. Portis on the outside, 3 wide with a quarter mile more to go. And those 3 are across the track, and they've opened up 5 on Longest Stride, who's in fourth. The others well behind. Top of the lane, Trio up top, battling for that win. Quismer is ultra tough. Torpedo Run struggling between horses. Portis on the outside, a joint second with Torpedo Run. Furlong to go. Quismer game today.
He's gonna hold on.
Now make it 2. Quismer keeps going. Quismer and Melissa
Good pick
Iorio
there.
break the bait.
Look at that big eyes, Goldie. Wow.
Got it done.
And my ball's got wide.
Torpedo Run out finishing
Five
Portis
to
in
two.
the second spot. And Longest Stride
Way down and late.
Yeah. And then the 5 took no money whatsoever and went up for an 18-1 bet. Didn't lift a hoof in either start and didn't lift a hoof today. So,
Nope.
Drop
All right,
down to,
we'll watch
we
the
make-
Gulfstream race here, and then we'll get back to the Whitney discussion and the pick 3. Oldie, who did you have here?
I had the 1 and the 3. And the 4. 1, 3, 4.
1,
1,
3, 4. This is 5.5 on a Tapeta, right? Yeah, the 1 hasn't raced on the Tapeta. The 3 has 1 on the Tapeta, 25. The 4 has 1 on the Tapeta, 25. Magic Soul has a shot. Wide open race.
Yeah. We'll see what happens on the Tapeta. Here, I'm just playing with a Delmar pick 4. So
I think this Gulfstream race, I put a small bob on the 6, Magic Soul. So it's Broker's Maiden for 25, 2 back. Went first time winners, 25, now down to 16, which is probably the proper spot. So I got a little interest in the 6, Magic Soul.
You got a gold badge on the 1 as well.
Oh, okay.
Here it is 26% with a 6% ROI.
All right, I'll do the exacta then.
Moving in, race 9, start of a
I
late
get it
pick
in.
3 offering. Even money on Dundee. Colin Mirage has Lionel Reyes in the irons. Now, Star of the Beast getting ready. Unequivocally is the strong second choice at 5-2 here. Magic Soul and Don't Answer the next duo, and then draw the outside Moral Agency. Magic Soul.
Oh, I got it in. Okay, got the exact in.
All right.
6-1. Trying to beat that 3. Anytime I see a horse at Gulfstream with a note, previously trained by Joseph Saffey Jr., I'm like, okay, you got to show me the new trainer can do the same magic.
Mm-hmm.
That even money. All right, good luck.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a claim off Saffy. So
Agency going up. Time for
on the 3, that for me is
a claim or a private purchase.
that I don't know. I thought it was a claim.
Dundee headed off for the early advantage.
You could be
moving
right.
up on the outside. That's
Either
Magic
way.
Soul in second. Splitting horses while in tight a bit is 16 Cigarettes. Moving out the rail unequivocally with Star of the Beast between horses. Then Moral Agency and Don't Answer is last. Half a mile away, the leader Dundee, 3 parts of a length from Magic Soul in second.
Well, the 1 can see them all right now.
On from fourth, while 4 wide is Moral
As
Agency.
the saying goes.
Scraping changes Star of the Beast. Then Don't Answer, and not keeping up at all is unequivocally. Around the far turn and
Tails
converge
and
on Dundee.
the 6 doesn't look like he's going to hang in there at all.
An upset bid. That's all for Magic Soul. He drops back.
Yep. That was a
Let's see if my
quick,
4 is good enough on the rail.
Star of the Beast. They're at the top of the stretch. Dundee still has the lead. Unequivocally cut the corner nicely. Blue blinkers at the wood. Down the center and Don't Answer. They come past the 8th pole. Dundee still has the lead. He kicks again. Don't Answer is surfaced into second. Back to third. Star of the Beast.
Well, the answer
Dundee
is no.
took a licking and turned
Four
away
was
all
not.
challenges to win under Lionel Reyes.
Okay, got beat by an even. I got beat by a 1-to-1 shot.
Went off at 7-5.
All right.
Late
Oli,
money
let's
went
get
elsewhere.
back out to Saratoga. The Whitney will be our last race, and currently we are
19 minutes to post. So we got plenty of time to discuss. So Aldi, I wanted to hear your opinion on National Treasure.
All right.
Who don't get me wrong, one of my favorite horses now, but what's your take on it?
I was against National Treasure in the Pacific Classic because there was a ton of other speed in that race. The pace it was a very, very hot pace, and he still was able to hang on against Senior Buscador in that race. And to me, it wasn't that he was stopping and getting caught late because of the distance. For me, what was impressive was that he hung on and fought back at that distance against I think they went sub 47 for the half there. So
yeah, 46-1. Yeah.
Yeah. So to me, it was the fact that he was able to survive that pace and carry on. Wasn't able to do that next time out, going a 1.25 miles in the Saudi Cup. But and that time Senior Buscador, I believe, did get home there, but put in a huge effort there as well. And then usually when those horses come back, they're not the same. And he ran a monster mile there at one turn. Has had a little freshening here. Has an excellent is a 99 wet GSR as well here. And so I don't think it's going to have trouble with the track. I don't think Quality Roads have trouble at 9 furlongs either. So for me, National Treasure just makes sense here. I do think that the question is, National Treasure has in the past had a habit of breaking slow. We haven't seen it in a while. I think that's the danger, is if he breaks slow enough that somebody like Skippy or Charge It is able to get to the lead. I don't think Charge It has a chance to win here, even if Charge It gets to the lead. I think Charge It's just not a grade 1 horse. But, in that scenario where National Treasure and Skippy, Skippy's able to sit there, I really think if somebody beats National Treasure here, it's either the 10 Skippy Longstocking or the 9 Bright Future. But I don't really like either.
Okay. Yeah, I understand and respect your opinion, and you may be right, but I just never got the impression. I always like National. You look at National Treasure and off the Pegasus, yeah, impressive race. And again, I'm always looking now at the odds. Will I bet National Treasure at 4 to 5? Absolutely. No. If the horse was 5 to 2 or 2 to 1, would I consider the horse because I think it's the most talented horse in a race? Yes. If this race was a mile and a 16th, I would prefer National Treasure. But at 4 to 5, I'm always going to try to beat the horse. But there's some exacta value there too. So I'm going to play around a little bit. But as far as the off track is concerned, it makes sense that this horse should like an off track. But really, until they've raced on one and shown me that they can handle it, I'm always a little skeptical at 4 to 5. I mean, at 20 to 1, if you tell me the horse can't handle an off track, I'm like, I'll take the shot. That's why I'll take post time 2 for 2. And again, with the post times, may not be good enough. Okay, we can say what we want about the quality of the race, but if you go back to the Westchester where the horse faced Charge It and Messier, I mean, that was a pretty, modest field to say the least. This horse may be more of a sprinter. I agree. But at that price, at 25 to 1, I'll give a shot because I think this is a game horse. And if the horse gets a nice trip and it can handle the track, I think this horse is going to fight. And again, we talked about Disarm, but I think the horse that's going to press National Treasure's Arthur's Ride, that horse just freaked on Belmont Stakes weekend. But again, that was a weak field. This horse just dominated, ran a crazy number at 1.25 miles. But if you look at who's in that race, second and third, Perform, who we saw ran yesterday, didn't run a lick, and the 2 back Perform didn't run either, and Duke of Gloucester is not that much. But Skippy Longstock is a contender. Particularly love the post. I prefer a better post. So it's an interesting race, but I agree with you, Bright Future. I think Bright Future has the most upside in the race, and it hasn't raced on an off track before, but does a curling. And Sophia's song Bellamy Road influence on the mare side, and Bellamy Road loved an off track. So so it's an interesting race, and thank God we've got a grade 1 with a full field. That's a challenging race for a change, right? I'm tired of those 4 or 5 horse fields that may be competitive, but the wagering opportunities in this Whitney is just fantastic.
Hello, Matt Miller. Welcome to the chat. Stopping by. Apparently, there have been some problems with the NYRA Bets app, not taking contest bets for people. He's looking to see how they want to handle that. And Matt, it has been a crazy day in terms of what's going on up there at Saratoga. But happy you dropped by. Oldie, we do have a few minutes here. If you want to pivot over to Del Mar, we got 2 minutes to race number 2. And we got about 14 or 15 minutes to the Whitney.
Matt, I love the book, by the way. Almost, I'd say between 50% and 75% completed. So we'll chat after I'm done. I'll reach out to you. But thanks again. It's a great book.
Yep, Matt. We did give a book away today on the show. It was an obscure umpire reference, and we found our winner.
And I know more about Matt Miller, I told Scotty yesterday, than I ever thought I'd know in my life. I know he loves popcorn. We're on the same page there. And we also had an influence earlier in our, I believe yours was Uncle Mike. Mine was it was uncle, but he wasn't really related. But my mother wanted to try to keep him away from me. It was a bad influence on me. See how I turned out, right?
Yeah, that's a good little story about
absolutely
about his Mike. And
remember the old OTB pencils? I don't know if you had that in the Midwest, but when my mother caught me with an OTB pencil when I was like 12, 13, or 14, she's like, "You were hanging out with Junior again?" And I'm like, "Hey, he stopped by in his Corvette." And plus he had a Corvette. So not to say I'm not going to take a ride with him to OTB in a Corvette. Are you crazy?
Grandpa Mike, everyone needs one.
Oh, Grandpa Mike. I'm sorry. Yeah. I had an Uncle Mike who lived next door to us when I grew up, so I apologize. Grandpa Mike.
All right, only single to the one here, I think, as we get to the gate.
Goes into the inside gate.
I am 1, 2, 3, 5 here. This is race
okay.
2, so.
Good luck. I have nobody.
I have no strong opinion in this race.
Yeah,
that's a good one. His mom would find
Asian matriarch is in.
Shirts in the trunk that
Here's
smell
Midnight
like
Love
smoke.
in the red cap.
It's funny because
JB
when I would come home smelling like smoke, my wife would say when we first got married, you smell like smoke. You don't smoke. You're in an OTB or you're at a bar. And I'm like, well, it was both. It was a simulcast.
Yep.
The teletheater.
Who's that? All set. And away they go. Asian matriarch broke well. JB strikes back, now goes on to lead them. Midnight Love in the red cap and Chasing Rain down at the rail. Haywood is on the outside of that, and Demotivate is last 8 off them. They hit past the 3/4 pole, and JB strikes back now. Tries to slow them down, but now gets pressure from Midnight Love. So those two quicken again as they go past the 3/4, pulling pretty hard here as JB strikes back. Asian Matriarch tracks them in the 3rd spot. Then comes Chasing Rain. Haywood is on the far side, and Demotivate last. Now only 5 lengths would cover them all. They head to the half-mile pole, and Midnight Love on the far side, and JB strikes back. They stride for stride. Chasing Rain kicking through at the rail, and Demotivate has come from last in the orange cap. And there goes Demotivate right by them now, and Demotivate is the new leader. Asian Matriarch in the green is 3 lengths off the lead, and Haywood is last. Into the turn they go, and JB strikes back, hasn't had a breather up here. Coming to keep pressure on is Demotivate. Midnight Love now sent along in 3rd. Asian Matriarch is in the 4th spot. Haywood making a nice run. Haywood in the blue cap coming fast on the outside. They're all bunched up at the top of the lane.
Come on,
Haywood
one, get
on
through.
the grandstand side. JB strikes back at the rail.
It's my horse.
Asian Matriarch getting involved. Demotivators in there. Midnight Love nowhere to go. Has to swim to the outside. It's wide over. Demotivate battling on. Demotivate. Asian Matriarch. Asian Matriarch on the outside.
That's why you shouldn't play races that you have no opinion in.
Matriarch gonna get up. Asian Matriarch beat Demotivate. Finish.
Good
I originally
trial.
had that before I took him off the ticket. It's top win percentage.
All right, guys, back to Saratoga. You guys got 9 more minutes to battle it out and figure out a pick 3 for Tony before he loses his mind.
Okay. I'm going to the 12th race because you know who I like. I would use the 1, 2, 3, 9 myself.
Tony is tossing National Treasure.
Tony, I wouldn't do that. You might hurt your back.
Yeah, it's a big heavy animal, Tony.
So in the last, let's see if there's some. There's a
Yeah.
MTO that looks like a single here.
Yeah, Nick B. Yeah, OTB. That's where I'm from. Yeah, Suffolk County OTB. Yeah, you use the letters, and obviously, especially as a novice player, I did make some mistakes sometimes. Especially the entries were a little confusing sometimes, and yeah, A, you have to figure. I like the B, and then you listen to the call in the race. you didn't see any video. Oh, actually, back in the day when I was in college, I would leave class to run to the OTB. You would run in, and they would just post it on the board basically with a paper, and put a pin onto the chalkboard. And it's like, oh yeah, the 3. I got a LAC triple. So there you go. Remember those days well.
We would listen to it on the radio because they would give out whoever was running in Southern California.
Yeah.
They would play the stretch run call and then tell you who the winners were.
Yeah, Harvey Pack used to do that back in the day on radio. I used to run out when I first get my first car. I used to be like, oh, I got to run out and listen to the double, first race. And it's like, oh, I thought you were at lunch. I'm like, no, I just listened to the first race. I got to run back out for the second race in about a half hour. Those were the days.
So, this 15 in the last looks like a single for Clement. Can rate maybe not for you, David, because it's Christophe Clement. But and if you bet him, he'll lose. If you don't bet him, he'll win.
Well, you heard. I don't know if you heard the news. I broke that jinx. I had one of his horses that got me an NHC seat in the last race at Saratoga at Aqueduct. So consider it broken. It was a 12 to 1 shot first time on turf, which is my angle, and he won for fun, wire to wire. So that's gone. That's gone.
I mean, the other horse I keep staring at as a possible upset if they go too fast here would be Cyber Ninja.
In the 13th, right?
In the 13th.
Yeah.
I love the horse, and the 4 to 5 shot wins the race sim by almost 3 lengths. That's probably good enough for me, so I'm just going to take the chalk and play 3, 9, 10, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, 15.
Okay, I mean, I'm looking. We still have some time here, 5 minutes. Let me take another look at that pick 3. So 1, 2. So who do you like? Who are you using in the 12th again, Holdy?
2, 4, 5, 7, 8.
2, 4, 5, 7, 8. Okay. Yeah, that's a tough race, that 12th race.
Yeah. I think there is a possibility that there's enough speed there that the 8 for Chad Brown could have the right setup there at 8 to 1 with IRAD aboard.
You don't have any interest in the 6-horse Misenchanted, the West Point horse?
I typically tend to stay away from Dale Roman's horses.
Don't we all?
Just in general.
No, he had a couple of winners at Ellis. Nice prices last week, didn't he?
Yeah, at Ellis. I mean, but I'm just saying, that this horse is, the GSR doesn't fit with the rest of these. These are races that he typically doesn't win. I mean,
this is only 7 furlongs. I mean, this 2 is going to be. Yeah, I have to tell you, after looking, I'd like the 13th. Yeah, I just think this 12th is so wide open.
7's got a huge shot there too. That horse can rate a little bit.
I've made an executive decision. In my eyes, the 12th is too wide open. I'm not playing a pick 3. I'll go race by race. So I've got my wagers in on the Whitney, and I'm just looking to see if I should do any kind of crazy exactas or no. Okay.
I mean, I'm taking my shot in this first leg to make this pay.
And nobody likes First Mission at 10-1.
First Mission was one of my favorite horses last year, but the way the horses run, it just hasn't been good enough.
Well, the only thing I'll say, I mean, you can't use them all, and I'm not using, but in my eyes, the best race that this horse ever ran was in the Alishiba this year, and the track was sloppy. However, that may have been the weakest field that the horse faced, right? So it's kind of difficult to judge. I mean, this horse, let's see, and Warrior Johnny is in great form. I mean, off that race, but probably in over its head here, right?
And I think too far, potentially too far back too.
Yeah, this is a good race, but yeah, I'm on the 1, on the 9. I can't let the 2 beat me because I was all over the 2. That was my horse in the Stephen Foster. And I believe, and I didn't have time to look it up, that they have an error in the, I don't see it even in the charts. I was almost 100% sure that Disarm in his last race in the Stephen Foster ran with fronts for the first time, but I don't see it anywhere. So maybe my eyes were deceiving me. I mean,
the other horse we haven't talked about that I at least thought was fascinating, but I think it plays against the way the track typically plays, is Krupe.
2 minutes to post.
Is Krupe?
Yes.
Krupe has no shot.
I would tend to agree with that conclusion. I thought the Suburban was very weak this year and won by default. That's the only horse I think that day who closed, but that was not the best field and got drilled. Well, we finished second to next, but no speed whatsoever. No positional speed. It's just a plotter early.
The payout on the Turf Pick 5, the 2-day Turf Pick 5, was $3.05.
I had well, if I bet the under, I would have won. I predicted 360.
Oh, we got it 210 times, so that's not
okay.
Yeah, 3-1. I'll take that on that 210 times.
All right, they're getting close. I'll be back before they go off.
1 minute to post.
Post here. Flatter, likes the 7 groupie here.
So the pace flatter to her thinks the pace is gonna collapse.
Right.
Haven't even been drinking.
The horses are approaching the starting gate.
All right.
All right, we're almost to the gate here.
Almost. I'm just going to play an exact backup here with National Treasure over Post Time, just like they ran in the Met. I hate to use a 4 to 5 on top of my exacta, but I'm going to reverse that exacta too. All right, everything's in.
It's post time for the 90.
Good luck, everybody. Not loading in yet.
We're circling. The double pool had something like, let's see, the double probable say there's almost 1.3 million in the double pool right now. That
makes sense because there are no pick 6, right, on the late races, no pick 5, no pick 4, right?
And you got 1.325 million in the exacta pool right now.
It's a big handle on that race. Yeah, it looked like a massive crowd there today, too. Much larger than the Jim Dandy crowd last weekend, which makes sense. Usually the Whitney's the first big crowd at the spa, because it coincides with Hall of Fame weekend, and then the sales, I guess, begin on Monday. So you get all the heavy hitters coming into town.
Mm-hmm.
If Charge It, Matt, if Charge It shocks the world in this race, I may take like a 3-week break from betting on horses. I just don't. I was on Charge It a number of times before. I just don't see it from that post.
Warrior Johnny going in.
I hated Charge It in the Florida Derby. I hated Charge It in the Kentucky Derby.
For a long time.
The last time this horse won, it beat Clapton in the Suburban, which was at
Charge It to complete the line.
All right, good luck, everybody.
Never win another race.
Charge It will
Win
win.
the gate.
Mountaineer.
And they're up in the Whitney. And Skippy Longstocking is very fast out of there. National Treasure came away in good order, but Arthur's Ride is up and on the pace, taking second. National Treasure will have to track the pace, about 2 off them, racing right on the inside of First Mission. Then it's another length back to Charge It, who's 3 deep. Post time is right next to Warrior Johnny in mid-pack. It's another 3 lengths back to Bright Future, who races on the outside of Disarm, and Croupy is the trailer. The opening quarter in a good 23 1/5 seconds. They straighten up for the run down the backstretch, and Arthur's Ride.
Or as I would call it, a completely unnecessary
Almost 2
23.
lengths on Skippy Longstocking in second. Then First Mission and National Treasure. National Treasure now moving into third once again. Charge It is next. Warrior Johnny trying to advance on the outside of Post Time, heading toward the half-mile pole. Then it's a big gap back to Disarm, Croupy, and Bright Future. Arthur's Ride with the half in 46 3. Jose Ortiz asking Skippy Longstocking to close after him in second. National Treasure still biding his time, 3.5 off the pace in third. Then First Mission, followed by Post Time. Warrior Johnny 8 lengths off the pace. It's another 5 lengths to Disarm, who is racing.
Well, that's going to shock the world.
In front of Croupy, starting to launch his bid. Bright Future far back, 1:10 1 for 6 furlongs. Top of the stretch for Arthur's Ride, chased intently by Skippy Longstocking.
Get that one moving.
No Treasure still with plenty of work to do. Post Time is next, and Croupy coming
Wow.
fast in the center of the racetrack. A 16th to
You
go.
have the 11.
Arthur's Ride still has a commanding lead. What a tremendous debut in stakes competition. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's Ride. Croupy was second. Post Time finished.
Post Time ran a very good race and should have got second, but pace was quick and Croupy got up.
Yep.
Oof. Oof.
That was the only gray horse in the field, too. That happens when you get the only gray. There was always my wife saying, "Oh, just bet the only gray."
Yeah, my grandson tells me to bet the gray horse all the time. That's his favorite horse. So and the horse was bet, and it freaked the last time out on this course, and beat a weak field. But you can't pick who participates in the race. Is that you win by 11 lengths, right? So he's the real deal.
Yeah,
Well, it's another case where they decided to just leave somebody alone on the lead, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. National Treasure not getting the lead was kind of a problem there for him. The racetrack with being the way it was today, I'm not sure that scenario will repeat itself, but anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you all for joining today. Appreciate it. Thank you for getting us over 5,000 subscribers on YouTube. We do appreciate that a lot. So we'll be back next Saturday. And don't forget the weekend preview show on Thursday. Like them, fade them, use them how you want. And then David will be on with Scotty on Friday on the road to the NHC. If you guys are interested in qualifying for the NHC, that's a very good show to watch because David here has won it. He won the Silver Sunday tournament this past NHC, which was the 25th anniversary, right, David?
Yep. Luckily, Silver Series. It used to be a $10,000 consolation tournament, but in honor of the 25th anniversary, they increased the purse to $25K, which I like that.
Very nice.
I'm sure that worked well for you. You got
that worked very well. Yes, the extra 15K came in hand. But thank you so much.
Yeah. So thanks again, folks. We are going to sign off here. I will get the sign off ready for everybody, and we will see you next week. And good luck on your bets for Del Mar. That's where my focus will be tonight. If you haven't joined the WhatsApp chat, join it. There'll be a lot of action and discussion and wagers and all that kind of fun stuff tonight. So,
and David, have you seen the end of the show now?
Have I seen the end of the show?
We have a new ending for the show.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. I haven't seen it.
You're going to see it right now.
Okay. Here we go.